episode as I'm waiting, and here we go. I'm in the show. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, watching on Facebook Live. I'm Michael Carnahan. Mr. Sean Castleberry should be along pretty quickly here. Fairly quickly, I should say, and hopefully we'll be able to get things rolling with Mr. Bad Brad Hicks pretty quickly as well. Episode as I'm waiting. So here we go. I'm in the show. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, watching on. Let's go ahead and mute that. We're waiting for Mr. Brad Hicks to come on. I know he should be on fairly shortly. And it looks like we have Mr. Sean Castleberry joining us. Oh, my God.
Yeah!
Listen at this man. Listen at this man with his technology. Now, Sean, what I'm going to need you to do, though, is you haven't muted yourself yet. So go down to the bottom of what your screen is on your phone and click that mute button for me.
I got it. Okay.
Awesome.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. I just didn't want you to hear some crazy echo, or our fans at home to hear some crazy echo. But definitely looking forward to an action-packed show tonight, Sean. We're going to be talking about something that, even though I know you're not familiar with the professional wrestling culture in America, you're definitely somebody that's familiar with. You're definitely somebody that's familiar with these issues for feminism and the things that are going on in that world. So the first thing I want to ask you before we get Brad on here and get started with that, the first thing I want to ask you is going and reading some of these stories and watching the video earlier. I know earlier you told me it doesn't really surprise you about the world of professional wrestling, but what does it make you? Yeah. How does it make you feel when you see things like that are going on in what would be, Fortune 500 companies?
Well, I'm disappointed. Again, I'm not surprised. I mean, I grew up watching, WWF, back in the day, Mid-South Wrestling here in Arkansas. I remember, Hulk Hogan, the Junkyard Dog, Ted DiBiase, all those guys. My favorite was always Roddy Piper. I love that guy. He was in that great movie, They Live. But, even when you look back at that, I know two professional wrestlers, and I have heard their stories about what the life was like. And yeah, man, it's full of misogyny, sexism, a lot of bad stuff goes on. Not all the guys that are involved in professional wrestling are bad guys, but the industry itself is pretty sexist and misogynist. And, it's something that they need to self-regulate as quickly as possible too.
Well, one thing I'll tell you about, WWE, who you referenced earlier in their former name, WWF, they actually have recently been in what they call a women's revolution, where they are empowering their female talent to main event shows, things that females have never been able to do before traditionally in professional wrestling.
Right.
Do you think that this sets that movement back, or do you think as long as they take the necessary precautions and do what's right here, which it seems like in their case they are doing, and we'll get into that when Brad comes on. But do you believe that this is something that could actually work out for the WWE and professional wrestling as a whole?
I mean, professional wrestling, WWE, WCW, all that stuff is designed for men. This is a men's entertainment industry. So, these guys that are going out there acting super macho, beating the hell out of each other in the rings, that's all for men's entertainment. When the women come out scantily clad, these aren't your average, everyday women. These are, shit brick houses coming out there to, put on a show for all the guys. Yeah, I see you doing this. You know what I'm talking about. This was created for the guys. It's a guys' club. So will this hold women back? No, not at all, because the women that are doing this have been a part of this.
Mm-hmm.
They signed on to do this. They know what's expected. They know what they need to do to sell tickets and to make money. I mean, sex sells in everything: music, video, television, movies, any sports. I mean, look at the cheerleaders, the NFL, the NBA, all that. Sex sells.
Well, one of the stories, and once again, we're still waiting for our colleague to get on here, Mr. Brad Hicks, but one of the stories that is making the rounds was a story about, and you may actually be familiar with this guy growing up watching the old school National Wrestling Alliance, Mid-South, and WWF back in the day. Jim Cornette was one of the surprise names that was mentioned. And they actually said he ran a developmental territory for the WWF back in the, I want to say the 90s, early 2000s, called OVW, Ohio Valley Wrestling. And it came out on Thursday. He was actually one of the first names mentioned. It came out on Thursday that he was making the male talent sleep with his wife while he watched in order to get a spot on the show. So this isn't just females coming out, males are also coming out.
So the guy was a cock. Okay.
Right. I mean, this stuff is just, it seems like the main problem I've seen is a lot of these guys being mentioned are actually from England, where, you know, obviously it's never good to stereotype, but you think about English and British people, they're, you know, refined and
British people.
they're refined and they're, you know, they have a certain professionalism about them, but they're one of the first, the majority of these cases have come from over in England on the UK scene.
Okay. You don't watch a lot of BBC like I do. I mean, everybody in England are pretty. They're pretty normal, like we are. They just they speak the Queen, you know, the King's English. As far as being proper and refined, yeah, the royal family is. The rich people are, but everybody else is like us. You know, interesting fact: the English that we speak today is actually closer to the original English that they spoke when they colonized America.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it was. I believe it. I forget which king it was, but one of the kings came out with the King's English, and that's what he wanted everyone to actually speak proper English, so that they could, you know, separate themselves from everyone else.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen,
go
ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, ladies and gentlemen, to be a part of our show tonight, you can always feel free, call in 347-989-1171. And you can go ahead and jump in and join the conversation. We've got a lot to get to tonight. We're going to be showing videos of interviews, especially about the speaking out. I know I've been sending clips all evening to Mr. Brad to go ahead and get ready for the show, including a clip about Bubba Wallace. And we can do a little quick talk about this one here. Bubba Wallace, my goodness. The dude, first off, yesterday, and actually here comes Brad on the line. He's not on the live stream yet, so the fans should be seeing him shortly there on the live stream. But Mr. Brad, how are you doing tonight?
That's okay. They can look at me.
What's going on, guys?
What's going on, Brad?
Oh, I've lost my headset, all kinds of shit. So I'm gonna have to be muting the shit out of this phone.
You gonna be cursing a few times?
Well, no, I mean I've lost the headset. The shit I did with it.
Right.
So in order not to
put
have
the things back where they go.
Well, that's true. Fuck that.
I mean, I've been married 4 times. I learned that after the 4th time. So, yeah, put everything in its proper place.
Hey, it's Brad Hicks, ladies and gentlemen. What are we eating, Brad Hicks?
Fucking Wendy's, you dickhead.
Oh, hey, there we go.
Did you say weenie?
They're not a sponsor of the show. I got they should be.
My fat ass just ate a large
what
Little
you-
Caesars pizza. I'm just saying.
What are you eating?
I think he said Wendy's.
Wendy's.
Oh, Wendy.
Wendy's.
Oh, Wendy's nuts are bouncing off your chin?
Well, Brad, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to pull up.
Speak out, motherfucker. Speak out.
I'm not sure if you've had a chance to pull up any of our clips yet. So while we're doing that, while you're getting
I don't
everything,
know what the fuck you're sending me, bro.
what?
You've sent me some weird shit, dude. I don't know.
Well, if you start at the top, pretty much we're starting with the hashtag Speak Out movement. So we'll start there, Brad. But
Well, I mean, you sent me some pretty weird shit, dude.
Lord Jesus. But Brad, we've already been talking about it. Sean, go ahead.
Did you send him pictures of your peen again?
Maybe once. I just wanted to know what this bump on the left testicle was.
So small. Very small. So small.
Well, Brad, both me and you obviously are a part of the business and things like that, but Sean says it doesn't surprise him. I'm too blind to read that. Sean says it doesn't really surprise him that that this is going on and this happened this past Thursday. What's your thoughts on the whole Speak Out movement?
Man, can you hear me, first of all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, obviously, I'm not, when I say this, I don't want to act like I'm being just a piece of shit or anything, but, yeah, I mean, everybody should speak out about what they believe in, and if they feel like they've been wrong or whatever, but we also don't need to instantly crucify the individual that's being spoken against until we have the facts out there, because, the more and more that this occurs to me, and I look at like Ben Roethlisberger, and I look at Kobe Bryant, and I go, okay, just like with Byron Wilcox. Now, if you're 30 years old and you're sleeping with a 15-year-old, then you, first of all, you've got issues. Okay, but let's just be honest. I believe in due process. And so I really feel like, and especially on the level that these guys are on, where money's involved and things of that nature, I hope that this isn't an issue where they're going for that great factor, and I hope that they're being sincere and honest, because I don't want to see anybody's career, crucified over some bullshit.
Well,
but I don't want to discredit their account either.
I mean, you obviously bring up the.
Sean, he did it again.
What did I do again?
He fucking looked it up. He said.
What did he do?
He did the whole thing right there.
Dude, stop farting, man. It's bad enough you're wearing a white beater already. You shave the beard. You already look like some kind of weird pervert. Quit farting on the camera.
Well, with that being said, I mean,
here's my impersonation of Michael tucking the cock. I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me hard.
Oh shit. Well, Brad, I don't know if you have the audio pulled up, but definitely we can go ahead and pull up that graphic I sent of the statement from Miss Grace that I sent you earlier, and then I sent it again here in the American Idiots chat here on Facebook. But basically, what it goes to say is, and we'll have it up shortly. It says, when I was 15 or 16, Byron Wilcott and I hooked up regularly. I would go to his hotel room after shows. On a few occasions, I remember him wanting to have anal intercourse. One specific time, he held me down face first and told me to just relax while trying to penetrate me. I clenched my entire body together and kept saying no, and eventually he got off me. Once I asked him if we were boyfriend, girlfriend, and he laughed and said, what am I supposed to do? Take you to prom? After I stopped talking to him regularly and was trying to phase him out of my life, he would regularly text and Facebook message me saying he would kill me. No matter where you go, that ass is mine, etc. At the time, I thought this was completely normal. A 15-year-old girl hooking up with a 30-year-old man. As I've grown and matured, I realize now that this is abuse, plain and simple. So, I mean, that's just one of the stories. And that's one of the people that we actually knew that was implicated in this. But that's pretty damn explosive. I mean, I just know how I felt when I found out about it. And full disclosure, we don't necessarily know Byron. We know people. We know Byron through people. But
Right.
I know how I felt when I saw that name this morning come across one of these. Brad, I mean, you text me, holy shit. I mean, how shocking was it for you that it hit that close to home?
It was different because, you know, Byron Wilcott owns Main Event Wrestling, with a pretty decent independent promotion that travels, you know, in the state of Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas. You know, he's really good friends with a guy that we know. You know, they run the roads together. You know, so if he's openly admitting to having relationship with a 15-year-old female at the age of 30, you know, obviously I can't get with that.
That wasn't his statement. That was her statement. He hasn't, as far as I know, he's just deactivated his social medias and he's gone silent.
Well, and you know, I mean, not to accuse the man of anything, but you know, not getting out in front of it, I guess, would be an indication that he's trying to prepare the least damaging statement possible, I guess. I don't know. But you know, then again, you know, being around that environment, I totally can see where things like that could occur. I mean, you know, I won't mention any other names. There's people that have been put on a register list for that same stuff.
Exactly.
It happens.
Exactly.
It's not contained to wrestling. I mean, that pedophilia happens in society way more often than we'd like to think. I mean, you know, To Catch a Predator made a living for a while doing that show.
And
doing that same show.
We're gonna get into some of these more that I believe are a little bit.
Cigarettes are nasty.
Do what?
Combustible cigarettes are bad for you people. Vape if you have.
We're gonna
Hey,
go ahead.
Do me a favor there, Mike.
What?
Move your camera up a little bit. Your gut's very distracting.
Oh, shut the hell up! Right there for you. How's that for distracting, you douche nugget? Anyway.
Oh, by the way, Sean,
No,
just for everybody to know, we do have this live stream is available on YouTube for anybody that would like to view this. And I'll upload the episode of this one tomorrow night, but it is on YouTube. So you can rewatch it on YouTube.
Absolutely. And we're obviously going to get into some of the more far-fetched ones. But, Brad, I'll tell you the thing that lends credibility to this accusation as it is right now, because you don't want to say it's fact yet. But the thing that leads credibility to me is the accusee or the accuser, Jordan Grace, is actually at a higher platform than the accused in this case. So really, she has nothing to gain by coming out right now and talking about this abuse.
Right. I'm trying to find that audio, actually. I've got a couple of them.
Are you looking for the Sammy one?
Did I go? Yeah. Do you have one that doesn't have anything pre-done to it?
I only have the one that we had that I sent in the group.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and play this one here. So give me just a second, and I'll load it up, and I'm going to see if this is it. Okay, one second.
Okay. Well, I mean, Sean, you heard the statement about the individual that we were affiliated with somewhat. somebody that's actually local to our area. And I'll even go a step further. Somebody that's actually gone into schools in our local area and done anti-bullying and anti things like that rallies at schools. When you look at the overall body of work, that makes it even scarier for me.
I mean, look at the Catholic Church, dude. There are predators everywhere, right?
Very true.
I mean, don't let that surprise you. The Boy Scouts, the Catholic Church, a lot of Protestant denominations, predators are everywhere. So, yeah, people just need to be on guard and look for the warning signs, because there are plenty of warning signs. The people that do this type of thing, they like to groom their victims.
Mm-hmm.
They act in a particular way to groom each and every one of their victims. And mainly where they start is by trying to influence their friends and family first to gain that trust. Once you get into the inner circle, then, yeah, I've read a lot. I got a lot of kids. I really got to watch out for them. You know what I'm saying? So we teach our kids about this. You know, it's not just stranger danger. It's not just this. I mean, hell, you know, it could be somebody that you know. It might be a friend, a coworker, things like that. So you have to look for these particular behaviors for what these predators do. I mean, you guys have watched To Catch a Predator.
Mm-hmm.
They all do the same thing. Yeah, they start out really minute, and they talk, and then all of a sudden, boom, the floodgates open, and they're saying shit they shouldn't say. You know, all they need is that little open, and then they're going to go for it.
And then Chris Hansen comes in and says, on June 22nd, did you show a picture of your penis to this young girl?
Did you do that, Michael Carnahan?
You're terrible.
Because we have it on screen.
Whoa.
It's like that. It's that big. Right there.
Whoa.
That's way too big. But I mean,
that is giving me some credit.
That's about it.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me squint my eyes. It may still be too big.
Michael, can you say micro penis?
Micro penis. It's a disease. It's a disease. It's an affliction.
Well, we're having some audio issues with that whole setup, so we're not going to be able to stream tonight. Whatever, something's happening, I'll have to figure it out.
Okay. Well, I think what's going on is you have to mute your phone and then play the audio through here, I think, is what ends up happening.
Well, no shit.
Oh, it's still not working? My bad. Oh, well. So, essentially, and y'all, I will, you can go ahead and just YouTube Sammy Guevara. But this is one of the bigger issues, one of the other big things that came out. And this one actually came out today. Back in 2016, when he was a member of the WWE Performance Center, and for those that aren't familiar with wrestling, WWE is the biggest publicly traded professional wrestling organization on the planet. When he was a part of their developmental system, he saw one of their female talents who goes by Sasha Banks, and his first instinct was to look at her and say, I want to rape her. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you skip over, I want to fuck this chick, and go straight to rape. What the fuck?
Well, now, this is not a justification for that. But, because it shouldn't have been said, that word should have never been used. But I really honestly believe that, in all intents and purposes, it was a really poor, tasteless joke that I don't fucking think he thought through. He and Sasha Banks have had conversations about the incident. I don't know if it was prior to, but it's crazy how this came out, because he tweeted something to Sasha Banks that had nothing to do with this incident, from what I read, and then another group went and actually found that podcast from back in 2016 and brought it to the forefront.
Oh,
and
shit.
So if he's already had conversation with Sasha Banks and this is eradicated and this is all said and done, to me, then let's bring it back out into the forefront. If the two parties have had the conversation and he's apologized, to me, it should have been left at that, not out in the open, especially if he hasn't done it again. But I could be wrong on that.
Okay. So with that being said, I will say this. Today, she did tweet out that she spoke to Sammy today. And this was on Twitter. She actually made a whole post about it. She said, I did speak with Sammy. Hold on. Twitter's acting stupid and taking forever. Okay, earlier I spoke with Sammy. He apologized and we had an open discussion. Words like the comments he made, jokingly or not, have absolutely no place in our society. I don't condone or tolerate this kind of behavior. What one thinks is just a side comment can have a massive impact on someone's life and can send the wrong message. We have to hold ourselves accountable for our actions and the words we say, and I hope the situation shows him that. I hope from this point on, in order for growth and change within our community to take place, we can all continue to have these conversations. No person, man, woman, or child should ever be subjected to a feeling of fear or any unsafe environment. We all have to do better, not just for ourselves, but for generations to come. And that was her statement today. Now, Brad, I know
you can applaud her for that.
Go ahead.
I was going to say you can applaud her for that statement, but our culture in America, the American culture is a rape culture. It's in our music, it's in our television, it's in our films. Men are expected to basically club the girl in the head, drag her home, and do what they want with her. You know, the caveman mentality. You know, we have to win that girl. We have to be aggressive. We have to, you know. And, I mean, that little kids learn this in school, man, watching TV and shit. And we got to get away from that. You know, it's okay to be a man. It's okay to be, you know, strong and take care of your family or, you know, whatever you want to do. Just you don't have to rape women, okay? Women should be able to do whatever they want. Walk around with your shirt off. I'm gay, dude. Do it. You know, walk around naked. It's fine. That does not give anybody excuse to rape a woman. Or dude, rape is just evil. Shouldn't happen. We shouldn't promote it in any way.
Well, I got to give it to both companies. And Brad, I think you could speak on this and agree with this as well. Sean, once again, I know you're not very familiar with the organizations, but the company that Sammy works for took swift action today and put out a statement. I'm not sure. I think Brad may be pulling that up right now. But their statement reads, AEW insists on doing our part to create a world of understanding and respect for humankind. We therefore strongly condemn the extremely offensive and hurtful words of Sammy Guevara. As such, effective immediately, Sammy is suspended without pay until further notice. Sammy has agreed to undergo extensive sensitivity training, and upon completion, his future status within the company will be reevaluated. During his suspension,
don't need.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, people don't need their companies to come out and give these fucking statements. They don't need sensitivity training. The guy apologized. If he does it again, can his ass. See what I'm saying? Real simple. We don't need all this fucking politically correct bullshit. All right? Men can be men. Women can be women. Gays can be gays. Lesbians can be lesbians. People can be whatever the fuck they want to be. Don't intentionally do things to harm other people. Don't be an asshole. That's it. Yeah, I can be an asshole.
So I have to ask, I would agree with you, Sean. I would definitely agree with you. One thing I will say that they did right during his suspension, his salary is actually going to be donated to the Women's Center of Jacksonville. Awesome. But
hey, that's cool. I like that.
But with that being
hit it where it hurts.
With that being said, I now pose the question, though. Sean, I agree with you. I think maybe don't suspend him. Continue to allow him to perform. And hell, allow him to perform without pay. But with that being said, if it happens again, you know it's over. But then you had WWE, who had a talent. Also, they had two talents mainly accused. One was a gentleman that goes by the wrestling name Gentleman Jack Gallagher. He's from England. And one was by the name of Matt Riddle. UFC fans would recognize the name Matt Riddle. He used to fight in their organization. Now, there was two totally different responses to both issues. Gentleman Jack Gallagher was immediately fired. His employment was immediately terminated without any thought about it. Matt Riddle, on the other hand, they have allowed to, I don't know whether they've done their own investigation and decided that there's no real credence to these accusations, but his lawyer has come out.
Have all the information.
Right. His lawyer in that case has since come out and said that this woman was actually stalking him and his family for the past 2 years. Okay. And they have police reports to prove it. Overall, do you think the quick hammer, Brad, I know we've talked about this before with you in another situation that happened back in 2016. Do you think the quick hammer is the best recourse to action, or do you think you should take time, possibly put him on a suspension like they did with Sammy to gather all the facts?
I mean, if you want to protect the liability of your company, because let's be honest, I mean, these are employees, whether they're I-99 or W-4, whatever. They can take legal recourse if this is all, if there's unfounded reports. So you have to really be careful with what you do. Now, you know, it's just like with anything else. It's like with these protests, with Trump, these knee-jerk reactions don't solve shit. They just compound the problem. I did notice, too, I don't know if you saw it, but now Velveteen Dream is being accused of being a child predator.
And actually, that's interesting, because if you look at him, Brad, you're a Photoshop expert. I called Photoshop as soon as I saw the pictures. I don't know if you've seen the screenshots yet.
I mean, he sent, supposedly he denied it, but he sent pictures or something to 17-year-olds.
Supposedly he sent pictures, and just the I know I'm probably not going to be popular for saying this, but just looking at the quality of the direct message screenshots and things like that, it does not appear that they're real. It appears that it was a situation where it could have been photoshopped. But I just wanted to throw that out there. In that case, once again, this seems like a little bit of a situation where somebody may be playing games. But continue to your point. I'm sorry, Brad.
Well, I mean, and it seems like when the ball drops, you know, it rolls over everybody and anybody. So, like I said, I mean, I'm all for this not happening. But at the same time, I go back and I look at, I don't know, you know, this really all kind of started, what was his name? Sean, what was his name? The Supreme Court.
Kavanaugh.
Oh, yeah.
Kavanaugh. You know, I just, not to take away from anything, but, you know, I don't know. Maybe I don't understand it because I've never been put in a situation like that. But I mean, goddamn, 40 years has passed, and you want to bring this shit up now that he's being, you know, I don't know. And it's a sad day when you have to actually question the veracity of somebody because you don't understand if they're doing this for financial gain or if they're doing this for a gain. I mean, let's be honest, Michael. Another WWE former superstar, was accused of raping a woman, Enzo Amore, and it turned out that it was bullshit.
Very true.
It was consensual. He was doing it for fame.
To be fair, a lot of women that claim to have been raped or sexually assaulted are attacked by the police. They're attacked by society. They're attacked by their churches. They're attacked by their own family. And a lot of women will not come forward. So here's what I say. If a woman wants to accuse a man of sexual assault, there should be no statute of limitations on that. Let them have their day. Let them present their evidence. Let people hear the story. People need to know. Then let the man tell his side. You see what I'm saying? What we have in our society is that no one wants to get all the information. Everyone wants to just put their side out and then shut up the other side. And that's not cool. Okay? We need to be a logical and reasonable society where we hear everything. We can weigh the evidence and actually make a decision for ourselves. The decision should not be made for us. That's what I was saying about the politically correct bullshit. There's too much of that. You know, we all need to be, instead of being all the way to the left and all the way to the right, we all need to come closer to the middle, okay? And we need to start using reason and logic to actually get all the information to know what's going on. I mean, that's fair.
Well, I mean, I don't disagree with you there, Sean, but okay, case in point, my point. Two things real quick. I'm good with that. Personally, I'm good with that. I understand that there are some women that are afraid to come forward and because of that ridicule. But at the same time, it always seems like it's an opportune time. This is the perception from what I see. But the other thing too is that I want to ask is I think that we have to find some type of media source that reports on some fair shit. Because I have heard with the Kavanaugh situation, it was everywhere. But I haven't seen anything about to the extent of Kavanaugh with the Joe Biden allegation that came in. It's almost like that's being swept under the rug.
No, you're right. And we've talked about this hypocrisy before. And Democrats do have hypocrisy when it comes to Joe Biden. Joe Biden needs to have his day to say his side, and all of these women need to have their day to say their side. Let the public decide for their fucking selves. You know, if you think Joe Biden is a creep and a pedophile and a pervert, then don't vote for the motherfucker, right? Now, you also have the guy on the other side saying, grab them by the pussy and sexually assault them because they like it. So he has said that. He's on tape saying it.
Yeah.
Make your own decision. Make the decision for yourself. That's what people need to do.
But now, let's be honest. In all fairness, with the grab him by the pussy, he was crucified for that. Like, he was absolutely crucified for saying that in the media. And this is where I have a problem with mainstream media. And it's not because I'm a conservative. It's because it only seems like they crucify the right aisle people and the left, like Joe Biden. Let's be honest, Don. That crazy motherfucker has sniffed more hairs than a head and shoulders commercial.
No, you're right, and that's why I will be honest enough to say that it's hypocrisy.
All right.
The news media should go after Joe Biden exactly the way that they did Donald Trump. It should happen. In fact, neither one of them should be running for fucking president. In my opinion, they're too old. I think there should be a cutoff in the age for the fucking president. If you're old enough to be on Social Security, you shouldn't be the goddamn president. Because you don't have a vested interest in the fucking next generation. Right?
True.
Right?
True.
You need someone who has a vested interest in the older generation and the younger generation. President Obama was a good example for that. Now, I'm not saying he was a perfect president. Now, you know, I am biased because I do like the guy, but he was Generation X, right? And he could, you know, he was older. He could kind of go with the older generation and the younger generation. He was a cool dude. Trump is old. He's just fucking old. He's 70 what? 72?
77, I think.
Biden 70 something? You know, what's her name? That lady that was running against Biden. No, I can't remember.
Trump's 74.
I can't remember.
Trump is 74 and Joe Biden is 77. So Joe is actually older than
You're
Donald.
talking about. What the hell is her name, Michael?
What?
What was her name? Now,
Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's in her 70s. You know, again, no one that over the age of 65 needs to run for the president.
To be fair,
quit farting, dude.
Shut up! I was putting my fucking foot underneath my leg. To be fair, motherfucker.
Up and lifting a leg to fart, dude. I'm so glad I'm not in the room with you. I love this camera shit because I don't get to smell your funky ass.
To be fair, one of the most popular presidential candidates amongst young people was Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, but he shouldn't have been able to run. He's old.
Let's see how old Bernie is.
But once you reach a certain age, okay, you stop learning. You stop being a part of the trends. Quit farting, Michael.
I'm not farting.
You listen to him. I got tired. He even looked away. Clear signs of a liar. Okay, but anyway,
oh my God.
I would say 35 to 55. That's the perfect age range for a president. You know, and the same thing for Senate. No senator should be past the age of 65. We got too many old people that have been career politicians. That just shouldn't happen. We need to have limitations on all that shit. And I am not a libertarian.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that.
I think term limits should be in Congress. I think term limits should be in the Senate. And I really honestly believe, and it is my opinion, and I think that it should happen, is that there should be a law enacted to where Congress has to legit follow and abide by and live by the same standards and practices that they deem on their own people. Salary-wise, all of that shit. Because I don't even know, what is the congressional salary? It's too much.
Right.
Yes, you're absolutely right. You know, most Americans don't even know this either. Thomas Jefferson actually said that the Constitution should be rewritten every 17 years. Okay?
Okay.
We've got a document that's 230-something years old, and we're trying to reinterpret this every fucking year. He came up with the solution. Write the shit so that it makes sense to the next generation, and then the next generation, and the next generation. You can use language that applies to every generation.
True. What are we looking at here?
Senate salary, $174,000. Nobody needs to make much money. That's bullshit. I'm sorry.
I mean, to be fair, I think that
nobody that's a fucking billionaire should be able to run for president either. That's stupid.
true.
Because you know where his fucking interests are at that point. His interests are with fucking wealthy people. I mean, Epstein, hello.
Well, he didn't kill himself. Just saying. Oh,
400,000.
400K.
That's some bullshit. I mean, these people make more money than the average person. They have no reality as far as what it means to have two jobs and be a single mother and fucking struggle. They don't fucking know. And they make these blanket statements all the time. You know, all of them do it. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. They all fucking do it because they are out of touch with reality as far as the way the populace goes. And you guys got me ranting, and I need to stop. Let's have some fun.
What's a good fun topic we got? How about John Mark Byers, Brad? I sent you a clip of for old John Mark earlier,
yeah.
but bad PR for white people. Passed away this past week.
Right?
Wow. I wonder if he's up there pissing on graves.
Nah, that would. I mean, and by the way, can I just say that we may not like the guy, like we may not agree with him, but you know, and I know he's got money, but at least Trump has donated his salary to different things. So I mean,
Every bit of it? Has he
well,
donated?
Yeah.
he has donated. This is Snopes, and you know Snopes is very liberal. His quarter one. Well, hell, I'll just put it on the screen here, just so everybody can see. This is. Hang on, let me put this. Okay, and this is Snopes. So, you know.
So let's see. I'm gonna scroll down here. Here we go. Can you see it?
Can you see it?
Yeah. So as far as up until 2018, you don't know where the money went, but he did. He did donate in 2017 to a lot of good things.
Sean, he didn't become president until quarter one of 2017.
Right. He has donated a lot of his salary. Something he has it though.
So not yet announced.
Sean missed any quarters?
So we can assume that donated all of his salary. Okay. He still wastes $1 million all weekend.
But let's be honest. I mean, they all do it. Obama had a pretty high tab as well. Let's just be honest. We'll be honest.
Let's just be honest. We'll be honest.
Yeah, but
Here's apples, here's oranges. When you compare the two and how much time both of them spent, whoa, holy shit! This guy's always at his own, golf courses. He's at his own hotel doing all this stuff. The Secret Service has to, be there. We have to pay for that. His kids are out there killing fucking animals in Africa. We got to pay for that shit. I mean, there's a bunch of shit that he wastes money on that we shouldn't fucking be paying for.
True.
I mean, President Obama didn't waste so much. He wasted a little bit, but not as much. And there's so many tweets that Trump came out and said, against President Obama for golfing and doing all this other stuff. I mean, he's a fucking hypocrite because he's doing, 10 times as much. That's bullshit. I hate hypocrisy. And that's one thing about Trump. He's one of the biggest hypocrites around. Was Obama a hypocrite? Yes. He said he was going to do certain things, and he did not do those things. And I'm still mad at him about that, but I still love him as a president. Mike, where's Mike going? Did Mike go to the toilet?
Did he die?
I don't know. Hey,
Mike had to refill his drink.
you see my new tattoo?
Yes, I do.
So that's what my son did.
Mm-hmm.
He plays a video game called Journey. Two little people following a star, and I thought it was so cool that I went down the road to the tattoo shop and actually had that put on my arm.
That's badass.
Yeah. Deanna Hogue has said that we are stalling. Bubba?
The who?
Bubba.
Oh,
What?
yes, we are lagging. I don't see any lag on our side, on my side. I don't know, though.
I'm not lagging at all.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any lagging, but who knows?
Well, it's just a comment that was made.
It says y'all are lagging big time. I've got no lag on my side, but I use Google Chrome.
Oh, a voice lag. Well, the voice lag now, the voice lag is because we are actually pulling the audio off of
Right.
and not this.
Yeah.
It's not this.
So there is going to be that lag.
We're using different formats right now on Talk Radio and on this streaming service, and it all kind of comes together. It's a little jumbled, so but hi, how you doing?
Now you're going to hear the voice after we say it on video because Blog Talk has a delay in it just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
Absolutely. No, go ahead.
we're just going to blow Blog Talk up. Fuck it. Sorry.
Well,
Sorry.
Brad and Sean, one thing I wanted to talk to you guys about was the John Mark Byers thing. You wanted to get a little bit off the seriousness of what we've been talking about.
That sucks to me.
That sucks?
That sucks to me.
Okay.
Really, here's why.
Here's why.
You feel like, I mean, Michael, obviously, you were probably old enough to understand the Paradise Lost film as they were coming out on HBO. I always have said that Paradise Lost was bad PR for white people because you've got white people going, murdering bastard.
No. Let's be honest here. It wasn't these white people. It was John Mark Byers.
No, it was Mark Byers, Michelle Byers, where the hell her name was. It was Terry Hall. Anyway,
Yeah.
But you know, it's just Sean. It really breaks your heart about Mark Byers, because here's a guy who I think genuinely has fucking issues, like a petty thief, steelhead, I'm sure.
I think he had brain cancer at one point too, didn't he?
Yeah, and I mean, but he lost his son to a vicious murder, and then he was accused of murder. And I honestly think that I know that a lot of people believe that the West Memphis Three did it. I know there's theories about that as far as other suspects or other criminals. But here's a guy that's accused of it, and I don't think he had anything to do with it. And I don't know how that would. I mean, I honestly, dude, like, I know you don't have any kids, but I know you do. I was a big part of my wife's daughter's life from the time she was very young until we divorced and whatnot. And I don't know, man. Like, to be accused of your own kid's murder when you didn't do it and have the public crucify you like that, man, that's got to be hard. And then you have HBO who's pumping you full of alcohol and whatever you want. You look like an idiot. I mean, there's got to be. I mean, through the experience around that age group of kids at this point in your life. Obviously, you're not going to get out there and go, "This one's Damien," and blow a fucking pumpkin. But obviously, if you're fired, they go, "Sean, you killed your son. You did it." I mean, it's got to play hard on you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say exactly how I would react in such a situation. I don't know how anybody else would react. That's something that I have no empathy for. I thought it was weird. I thought it was strange. Everything about all of his appearances were very strange to me. But you know, you can't. What do you gauge that against?
What do we measure that?
I mean, what do we measure that? You can't. You know, I mean, he was accused of actually killing his own stepson. You know, is he the guy that pulled out his teeth?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he do that because he actually killed him? Or was he just that afraid that they might try to piss on him like they did, the West Memphis Three? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. That's why I say, you need more information. I felt bad for the guy, but I can't say whether it has anything to do with it or not. I mean, that's just like John and Ramsey and their parents.
They put the parents to hell.
The parents to hell. How do you deal with that? Being accused by the police and society that you murdered your daughter in such a way? Nobody knows how anybody would do anything. I watched a lot of murder TV and stuff. The first 48, different things like that.
Well, the suspect.
And sometimes they'll say, husband, wife, just like anybody else would. Well, how do you fucking know how you're supposed to act?
Well, and I think if you,
Something happened to me in such a situation where a family member died. I can't tell you how I'm going to fucking react. I don't know.
I might cry.
I might not. I might be in shock. Who fucking knows? Nobody.
well, I think that if you go back to that case and by the way, we're going to be doing we talked about it earlier, so we'll go ahead and put it out there that Dark Persuasion, it's a Coast AM type model show, but I think the first thing that I'd like to do is a five-part series on potential suspects, even the West Memphis Three. Because I don't think we've got an unbiased look at and I know that there's certain programs on here that don't do that shit, that it's strictly by the court's opinion. And that's not fucking wrong. I am a little pissed. I sent a message trying to. Michael, maybe you can look that up for me too, or get the information, because there's a 132-page affidavit on Terry. I don't know what the court system did with that document. I heard it was dismissed. I asked for the particulars. I got one of these. So fuck it. I'm free to say whatever I want. But you know, I don't know, man. The fucking police department didn't, number one, didn't go to the very first person that they should have, and that was the family. They didn't. And that's the sad part of it. And I think that's where this all got fucked up. Maybe Mark Byers, Terry Hobbs, and all of them could. So when I found out that he passed away, it was weird because you almost felt like you knew the guy. Or at least I did, because for lack of better terms, I'm ate up. I'm consumed by that shit. Because it is one of those events that happen literally in our backyard. And somebody might want to shoot her. She's exiting an hour. It's impossible trying to keep up with the conversation. I do apologize. I don't think it's going to get any better. Actually, producing audio through a different. But like no, I don't know. And you felt like you knew the guy because it's not like like you see a murder happen, like the Menendez brothers, and you're like, well, that fucking happened. What, California or somewhere? I don't even remember. Or the big cat, OJ, Scott Peterson. They're interesting, and they're really fun to follow, but they're curiosity. But Jody Aries, but this one happened in Arkansas. It's like it's here. Another interesting fact. It didn't get a lot of mention, but one of the guys from one of the shootings that happened in Jonesboro. Who was that, Mike? I know Dylan Klebold was Colorado. But we had a mass shooting in Jonesboro, I think, before Columbine. And they killed a teacher and a couple other people. That guy died like 6 months ago, 2 years ago in a car crash. Just like Mark
Scott Johnson, Andrew
Johnson,
Andrew Douglas Golden.
Yeah, something like that.
Andrew Douglas Golden.
Yeah, he died. And you're like, wow. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Fuck, I'm weird, but I really kind of felt sad that John Mark Byers died, but because it was different. He was a public figure, even though it was a shitty circumstance that he was a public figure. It's still a public figure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, gentlemen, we're going to take a quick commercial break. And
hang on.
We'll be back with.
Hold on. Who did that?
I'm holding.
Did you do that?
Who did what?
Did you use Sean's catchphrase? No, Sean's has got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, Sean's got you.
Yeah, I said got you. Yeah. Right?
Sean's got you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the second half of the American Idiot Show. Maybe able to get some video going, I'm not sure, but we're going to be talking about Bubba Wallace and a certain something that was found in his car stall today. We're going to be talking about Trump's Corona rally over the weekend, as well as a few other topics. We'll be right back with more of the American Idiot Show after this.
Each and every Thursday
Thursday night show, Mr. Tim Bruce and Rocky Boy, as they bring you the Heels for Life podcast. A look at professional mainstream wrestling and all the headlines surrounding it for the week. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your one-stop shop for more professional wrestling news and rumors. It's the Heels for Life podcast live every Thursday night, right here on Talk Radio 49.
Every Monday night, join the bad guy, Brad. Hey, man, Michael Carnahan, of course, the pretty boys. As they bring you look at all currents going on in the world. It's the American Idiot Show live on Talk Radio 49. Every other Thursday night, right here on Talk Radio 49, join your host, Carnahan and Brad, as we bring you the wrap-up show with the Retro Wrestling on Talk Radio 49, WWF Wrestling. Every Tuesday night, join Michael Carnahan as we solve our lives with the Clear Convention podcast on Radio 49. A look at the most important case country's history, not from the court of public opinion, the eyes of the court. Every Tuesday night, right on Radio 49. Michael Carnahan here, letting you know that it has never been easier with your favorite Talk Radio 49 podcast. Like the American Idiot Show, go on over to Facebook, search the American Idiot Podcast on Facebook, where we actually now offer a video streaming service with our podcast, so you can see us live as we record the show. Also, you can go to YouTube, search out American Idiot Podcast on YouTube, and you can subscribe to the page, and the video podcast will be uploaded here weekly. Also, Clear and Convincing on Tuesday nights. You can go ahead and like the Clear and Convincing podcast over on YouTube. Subscribe, and the episodes are updated there. Our new show fans, hashtag Heels for Life. Once again, the hashtag HEELS. Number 4, LYFE Wrestling Podcast. Shows will be uploaded there weekly, on YouTube. If you are a fan of everything here at Talk Radio 49, and you have an iPhone, go on over to Talk Radio 490. Subscribe to all our content there on iTunes, anywhere you get your podcast. It's once again never been easier to be a fan of Talk Radio 49 and keep up with all of your favorite shows. Live from the Talk Radio studios in Tulsa, Arkansas, Brad Hicks, Kenny Mike Carnahan, and of course, the pretty boy, Sean Castleberry. It's your weekly look at humor and top headlines and current events. It's the American Idiot.
And it looks like, Brad, you just dropped right before we went back live here on on the American Idiot Show. You know the number. Call in 347-989-1171.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you'll be able to listen to the show.
Look you there. He called back.
That's wonderful.
Here we go. Here's Mr. Brad. Brad, what happened? I hung up on you. Okay.
Nah, I mean,
You can talk.
you goddamn right I can talk, and I can talk real well, all right? So that's what's going on. So what happened Saturday? I don't even know. What happened? Tell me.
What happened? What happened when?
Oh, I mean, what happened?
What happened?
What are we talking about?
Well, the Corona rally. I mean, let's talk about it.
Oh, you're talking about Corona Rally 2020, where Donald Trump used such phrases as Kung virus or something like that.
Kung Fu virus.
Kung Fu virus, yes.
Great.
Yes. 45 was in rare form. What was some of the other
Let's be
gems?
honest. Are we really? Let's be honest. Are we really? I mean, what is wrong with fan of Kung Fu virus? That's hilarious to me.
Sean, are you a fan of Kung Fu virus?
I'm a fan of Kung Fu fighting, but not
Everybody
Kung Fu
was
virus. No.
You weren't a fan of the. You weren't a fan of the. So, question, Brad, as a former Colt 45 member, I want to know: do you believe the mainstream media's attendance numbers, or do you believe Donald Trump's attendance numbers for his Corona rally?
I mean, it's evident that, and this is just honesty, and people aren't going to like it, but you're damn right. I believe anything that the media says about Donald Trump in a negative way to a degree when it comes to numbers and shit. I don't believe it. I don't. And it's not because I'm a Trump 45 guy, but I do support some of his economic policy. But like I said, I don't support him in some of the shit he said. A lot of the shit he said. But at the same time, I already know, we've seen it in 2015, 2016, the media is doing everything they can to derail the 45. And I'm not saying that I'm supporting him, but what I'm saying is absolutely, I don't believe, if the media said there was 30 people there, I'd say that right there to the media, because I don't fucking trust the mainstream media anymore. I've seen too much hypocrisy, and if it doesn't fit the narrative that they want, then they're going to fucking try to rewrite the narrative to make it work. And I may be wrong for that, and I may get hammered for that by some of our listeners, but that's just the God's honest truth to me. I showed you guys the picture. I don't know what the media said, but I showed you guys a legit picture down there. This fucking thing was crowded. But now, let's be honest and fair, Michael. We got to be honest and fair here.
Okay.
A lot of people are calling it the coronavirus, but could we also not say that, could we not call it the corona protest? Because I didn't see a lot of fucking mass one at that shit either. And I'm just saying.
True.
God damn it, you're making me sound like I'm defending 45, but I'm not. I just want fair and fucking balance. The Fox News ain't doing it. But God damn it, I'll do it.
I mean, Sean, I would have to agree. I didn't see very many masks in the protests, at least in this area. Is it technically not fair to call Trump's rally Corona rally?
Well, you can call it whatever you want. What I think is funny is that a bunch of K-pop millennials actually signed up for over 1 million tickets.
I love that.
And so, big old Trump thought 1 million people were waiting to get in there, and then they had to cancel the outdoor show, and like 6,000 people showed up.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I laughed my ass off at that. That was pretty funny.
Yes.
I almost felt bad for the guy.
Yes, that was quite epic. Don't fuck with trolls, because trolls will fuck with you and you won't win. But I mean, yeah, it is a little bit of hypocrisy. One thing I will say, I saw plenty of pictures from one of my former coworkers that was on the ground. There was quite a few Confederate flags in that crowd there in Tulsa. Something that seems like it's coming down to, I mean, I'll call it a right versus wrong thing, but it does. It seems like it's coming down to almost a division amongst the race lines here in this election.
But that's the problem, is you're seeing what people want you to see, and you're seeing what you want to see. There are plenty of African Americans, or excuse me, black people that are at these Trump rallies. There's clearly evidence that support Trump. You know, and I'm not. God damn it, Michael! I'm gonna fucking come over there and kill you because I don't want to defend this shit. But you know, again. Like, I really had a lot of faith in Al Jazeera News because they used to report that shit down the middle with no bias, but they've kind of done that shit at times. You know, I'm like, God damn, can we not get just report the facts? Fuck. Where's Joe? Was it Joe Friday? Just the facts, man. Just the facts. But where's that?
So
I'm saying, look, I'm gonna take pills now because I'm God damn. Fuck you, Michael.
So let's hear the defense on this one. Let's hear the defense on this one, Brad. Trump said he was the one who ordered the slowdown in coronavirus testing because I guess if we slow down and don't test everybody, you know, that means the numbers are going to go down. You want to defend that one for me?
You can't. I mean, look.
And it looks like Sean dropped off our live feed here.
Well, you can't. You can't really defend that. I mean, that's like I said. I've always believed. See, I have two thought processes on this whole. Bring Sean back in. I have two thought processes on the whole pandemic. Number one, as we keep going down, and there's been a substantial amount of deaths, but I'm almost to the point where I'm like, I mean, fuck. It's almost like this shit. I don't know more about the pandemic because I'm going to be honest with you, and people can call me what they want to, but I guess I'm one of those assholes. I don't wear a mask hardly ever. Ever. I've been to Walmart, the gas station, fucking Dollar General. I don't know, man. I don't know where I stand on this whole pandemic anymore because God damn it, nobody knows anything really. They're like, well, do this, and the next day it's like, oh, we just found out that didn't work. I think it's all like, you know, I know this is Alex Jones type shit, but I'm almost to the point where I'm like, quit fabricating bullshit if you want to try to, you know, do whatever.
Well, I mean, Brad, let's be honest here. At this point, we're almost pretty much at ground zero here for coronavirus in the United States. We're the hotbed right now. I believe since last Monday, we have reported over 3,000 new cases, the governor announced today. It's not going anywhere. And there's no need to slow down testing, in my opinion. I mean, I'll be honest. My company that I work for today.
Can you give a reason?
What?
I mean, I heard it, but I didn't.
I don't know if he gave a reason, but that's a staggering figure to me. 3,000, that's more than we had before we started opening up as a whole.
Right.
Well, now, in fairness, God damn you, Michael. But in fairness to the numbers,
Stop.
In fairness, did you do it again?
Stop, Michael.
No.
Stop busting ass and farting on camera. That's terrible. Okay,
You know
number
what,
one.
Sean?
Number one, you're wearing a
live
wife
stream
beater.
video.
Number two, you shaved off your manhood. Okay. Three, you keep rocking up on one hip party. You need to fucking stop. Okay? Remember,
You need to mute your live
you're
video,
on
sir.
camera. I get that you're not as pretty as me, but come on, represent, man. Go change your fucking shirt. Take it off. Just take the shirt off.
Mute your live video.
Let us see
your
your
live video, sir.
Let us see your nipples.
Let us see your nipples.
Right there? That one?
Yeah, I needed it. No, take it off.
No, I'm not taking
I want to see. I want to see the truffle shuffle, fucker.
You don't get to see my A cups.
Come on, man.
But
by the way,
go ahead.
Joel Schumacher died today. You guys know about that, right?
Yes.
Who?
Yes, I did see that.
Joel Schumacher.
The fucking Indy driver? I'm kidding. I know. I'm kidding.
I did see that he passed away today. Damn. There's a lot of shit that's going on that just is insane to me recently, as far as like, well, I guess it's not insane, but it's just crazy to me what's going on in the world. And people are constantly dying of this virus, and that's circling back to that I mean, Sean, where do you stand on this whole situation with the reopening and 3,000 new cases? Is this an anomaly? Is this something where we need to crack back down? Where do you sit on this?
I mean, honestly, I don't fucking know. I mean, the rules change every fucking day. We have no clue about this. Is there going to be a second? Is there going to be a third wave? Nobody fucking knows.
From what I've seen, China is actually experiencing currently a quote unquote second wave. What the fuck? Oh, you motherfucker!
What's with the Wonder Years?
God damn it!
That's Michael Paul.
Oh, that's awesome. Michael's not
Hey,
even
here's
that
the
pretty.
kicker.
Come on.
Here's the kicker. That guy's Michael Paul. That guy below you or above you and between is Michael Paul. That guy's in the Wonder Years. Just saying.
Right there for you, buddy.
Yeah, he's
age progression on Mike. Age progression. There, Michael.
that guy is not Marilyn Manson, by the way.
Y'all are all going to hell.
Hey, how do I add a picture on there? I want to add a picture.
I see
You
that.
can't. You're not in control of the studio.
I see that
You should put a
the
picture of
share.
Marilyn Manson on there.
I see the share screen function works when Brad wants to make fun of me.
Of course.
Of course.
That's the best part.
Lord Jesus. Well, let me find another topic we can go to before y'all fucking
There's
ruin
no
this shit.
such thing.
How about this, Sean? I don't know if you got a chance to read the article, but did you see the someone hung 6 black victims' photos from trees with nooses around them in Milwaukee? Did you get to read that article?
I skimmed over that and saw that and twisted. I mean, that's just like that NASCAR driver Bubba. Somebody put a noose in his fucking garage. I mean,
God
seriously,
damn it,
get the
man.
fuck over it. Why are people doing this shit? I mean, you hate black people that fucking much. Leave the goddamn country, okay? They're fucking Americans. They were born here. They have an vested interest in this country. You don't like it, get the fuck out.
I completely agree with
We
that.
don't want that shit anymore.
And yes,
No more.
and yesterday during the NASCAR race, I don't know if you caught this, but somebody flew a plane with the Confederate flag behind them, and it said hashtag defund NASCAR behind that. I mean, just
Oh, yeah?
absolutely ridiculous. I'll send you a picture of it if I can find it here. Maybe Brad can pull one up quick on Google.
Now, hold on a minute. That's okay. I got no problem with that because I hate censorship, okay? Black Lives Matter has the right to say whatever they want, just as the Klan has the right to say whatever they want, okay? Because once you start censorship, where do you draw the line?
True.
That's the danger of censorship. Okay, you got to let people have their voice. It's when they act on that voice and they bring violence to it, that's when you have to really watch what's going on.
Right. Of course, Brad once again playing around.
The best part of all of that, Sean, the best part of all of that, look, the best part of all that is Michael actually went.
That's terrible, dude.
Y'all are
They're having
terrible.
a good time.
Terrible individuals. But yeah, I mean, between that and the Bubba Wallace situation today, and you know what? Once again, applause to NASCAR. Never thought I'd say this on this fucking show, but applause to NASCAR because every single one of the drivers fucking went up to Bubba and fucking like got him away from that, him away from the stall and all that shit. But man, whoever did that, excuse my language, not that there's anything wrong with this, but I'm about to say it very derogatorily. Whoever did that's a fucking cocksucker and is a piece of fucking shit human being who doesn't deserve to breathe. Honestly. I'm to that point.
Takes one to know one, Michael.
You know what? Shut the fuck up, Brad. Or Sean.
Hey, by the way, that is badass, by the way. Look at this.
What am I looking at? Oh, you can show the comments. Yes.
Yeah.
What? What'd he do?
You can show the comments on the screen. Brad's playing around with shit.
Okay. Got you.
But
I don't give
As long as he's not showing your pee, man, it's cool. TOBTR.com.
So I just saw something about the stimulus check. Did Trump announce a new stimulus check? Somebody said Trump thinks if you get another stimulus, he'll win. Did he say something about that tonight?
Did he?
I don't know. I'm looking right now.
I
Trump 8 hours ago.
all night, so I don't know.
Hold on. President Trump 8 hours ago. Next stimulus check will be very generous and announced in a couple weeks. So apparently now he's deciding his poll numbers are a little. Apparently he's deciding his poll numbers are a little low, so he's ready to buy some votes.
Yeah, that's not going to happen because first off, Congress has to do that shit. He can't just fucking, snap his fingers and make it happen. He's not fucking genie, okay? And the last thing I saw was that Congress couldn't agree on shit.
Well, Deanna said that's what she's been hearing everywhere.
Yeah, I did see that. That is certainly a situation.
Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if you know this or not, but they've unearthed audio that Jimmy Kimmel used the N-word for a Snoop voice in 1996, among other impressions.
Really?
Who did?
So
Jimmy Kimmel.
I know you don't go to it, Sean, but Fox News is where you can listen to it.
Oh, Megan Fox. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, shit. Michael Bay, too.
Wow.
I mean,
oh,
Quentin
shit.
Tarantino said it in Pulp Fiction.
I haven't really followed the whole stimulus thing, but it's bullshit. But anyway,
Oh, don't act like you wouldn't enjoy another $1,200 free dollars.
Who wouldn't?
Well, I mean, considering all I did was pay fucking bills to be responsible with it, I mean, yeah, fuck, I definitely.
But guess what? You were able to pay your bills with that.
Hold on. That didn't come from Trump. That came from Congress. And Mitch McConnell has said he's not going to do it again at all. He doesn't want to do that because he hates everybody.
No, Mitch has actually. Mitch has stepped back and said that the next one will be the last one. He's willing to approve one more. Sean dropped again.
President Trump
I did it again.
has committed to a second step.
Yes.
And he said it would be announced in the coming week. The president will not tell how much of a check the Americans will receive, but it's coming. So Sean dropped the fucking audio again.
Yeah, Sean dropped again.
No, I'm on.
Sean's audio's on here.
Yeah, so it was out there. This was an hour ago. That he's saying
Add me.
that it's coming.
Add him, Brad.
Backstage.
He's backstage. He's in the green room.
Hey.
There's no.
Hey.
Hold up, Sean Castleberry. What do you know about a casting couch?
Hey, I'm the prettiest one here. I know a little bit about a casting
I'm the
couch.
prettiest right here. I know a little bit about a casting couch.
I've been on one or two.
Okay.
Yeah, an hour ago it was reported. So I mean, it's looking like
I'll say
female
this
is
much.
female.
I'll say this much though. If there's that big of a change, once again, I feel like he's probably grasping at, hey, I need to fucking make something happen to inject some approval into my numbers. That's just my take on it. What is Trump getting out of this? The only thing he can get out of this is approval ratings.
I don't even think that would work.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's coming down to, a lot of people. The first time I saw this, I kind of scoffed at it, but a lot of people, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense to me. A lot of people have been comparing this to the 1972 election where Reagan was the law and order candidate, et cetera, et cetera.
Reagan.
And was 72, not Reagan, Nixon, excuse me.
Okay.
Nixon was the law and order.
That's better.
Was the law and order guy. And really a lot of the rhetoric that Trump is spewing sounds like a lot of stuff Nixon said back then. This election could come down to law and order versus, this could be history repeating itself. Think about some of the stuff Trump said about the protests and things like that.
I mean, all they got to do now is turn hoses on black people and sick the dogs on them. Then we're right back into the 60s.
Oh, wait. Sorry, it's gas this time.
You're farting again?
Motherfucker, I'm talking about the tear gas used on the protesters, jackass.
Oh,
I mean, Brad, feel free to tell me I'm wrong here on this one. But, I mean, he's right. We really are back in the 60s civil rights protests when you think about it at this point.
No, and here's why I disagree with that. Because it was actually said by a black preacher that the difference between 1960 and today is that it is not black versus white. It is a mixture of people coming together against small groups of fucking dumbasses that still harbor this racist bullshit and this hate. Because you see white people and black people marching together. You didn't see that in 1960. You saw white people fucking Ramboing the black people in the water hose. You probably don't remember that scene. Sean probably does. Remember that scene, Sean?
So the one
Do you
thing,
remember that in Rambo when he was in the prison and they did that?
Kind of.
the thing I can disagree. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, I kind of remember that. Yeah.
The one thing, though, that I can disagree with that is these groups aren't so small. We're finding more and more people each and every day coming out.
But let's be honest. It is not the group that you think that you're pinning on. It's these anarchist fucks that have occupied a 6-block region of Seattle that are coming down and they're creating all this bullshit. You can't tell me that there's not bricks and shit are not showing up in public squares.
You do hold on. You do know that all those protests in Seattle have been absolutely peaceful. In fact, it's so peaceful.
Absolutely.
It's so peaceful and has turned into such a party that the original protesters are complaining about it. They're complaining because they think no one's taking it seriously.
The thing is, if you've been watching anything like CNN or any news network, they've had reporters embedded in there, and they talk about jovial atmosphere within those groups. So I don't buy that this group in Seattle is some terrible anarchists.
No, I didn't say it was. I did not say that it was. Well, I don't know if I believe that it's necessarily a peaceful protest. I saw a video where a pastor went in there and got his ass kicked. So I'm going to say that it's a peaceful protest. Oh, here's another article. One person wounded in second shooting in Seattle.
So my question back to that, and we have a comment again from Dina. She says, for example, from my understanding, it was Reagan that made it to where the government comes first no matter what, even at the cost of citizens' lives. As long as the government keeps their head afloat, then that's all that matters. And I'm correct on that. Or am I not correct on that? I brought that up because of the mentioning of Reagan and similarities to today.
Yeah,
I mean, Nixon.
Most of that started with Nixon. Most of the things that happened today are because of President Nixon. That happened in the 70s. The Southern strategy, everything to do with strengthening the industrial military complex. Even getting into
Sean and Brad, actually both. I want to ask you something because this never resonated with me till I thought about where I fit into today's Republican Party and realized that it had left me behind. Used to, I had a coworker who would tell me that Reagan could not be elected dog catcher in today's Republican Party. He was not conservative enough.
Bullshit. Reagan was an actor, and he was a puppet, and he did everything that the GOP wanted him to do, and he would do the exact same thing today. He would be just like Donald Trump.
You think he would be Trump 2.0? You think Ronald fucking Reagan would bow down to people enough to be Trump 2.0?
Yes.
Ronald Reagan had the ability to control and contain himself and wasn't an asshole. And didn't feel like
that depends on who you ask, because even two of his own children claimed that he was nothing but a puppet for the GOP. I mean, the guy had Alzheimer's. He had Alzheimer's disease. He wasn't all there. I mean, Nancy Reagan was pretty much running the White House there for a while. With a psychic.
I have heard in his second term he had Alzheimer's had taken over pretty heavily there towards the end of the second term. I've heard that before, that Alzheimer's had taken over pretty heavily. But I mean, I would have to say, I think the Republican Party of Trump has become so radicalized that I would agree. Anything left or anything
but here's the deal.
Reagan and
here's
left.
The deal with that.
George W. Bush said he's voting for Joe Biden. I mean, that should tell you where the Republican Party stands nowadays.
Well, first of all, and again, here's another reason for this, but I don't think that Trump represents the Republican Party.
I completely agree. Not my Republican Party. Sean?
Hold on. If Trump does not represent the Republican Party, where are the Republicans speaking out against him?
George W. Bush.
There's been one.
I think
Mitt Romney.
No. Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney was the first.
Well, I understand that because of the partisan lines and have been revoked. But Michael, even in 2016, me and you had this debate because you came out and you were like, Rubio and all these people are talking against it. Because Trump came out and said, I'm going to drain the swamp, which I don't know, he hasn't done. And that was one of the fucking things that sold me on Trump was he came in and he talked about draining the swamp. I was hoping that he was going to come in and go, hey, Washington, you fucking congressmen, you senators, every one of you, get the fuck out of here. Let's get some new shit in here. Let's fucking do something. It turned out that's not what happened, and I get that. But I don't think that he represents the Republican Party. I believe that the Republican Party is coming out in support of him to save their own political ass because they realize that he has a support base that can get you in the fucking office that you're in, but you have to go with it. But I think behind closed doors, they're like, fuck this guy, this arrogant, motherfucker who is famously known for "You're fired." Fuck him.
Tom Cotton and Asa
I'm gonna
Hutchinson.
say he represents the Republican Party.
Right?
Tom
Right.
Cotton and
Tom
Asa
Cotton
Hutchinson.
and Asa Hutchinson are two prime examples of people that are going right along with him. They love the guy. They support him 100%, and just follow the party line as far as the Trump GOP.
Mitch
Now,
McConnell.
are there moderate Republicans out there that hate Trump? A few have come out, just like one or two. Mitch McConnell's one of them. George W. Bush coming out and actually speaking out against him. That says so much.
The fact
because
that he
how
said
many
he's going to
Republicans
vote for Joe
love
Biden.
George W. Bush.
The fact that he said he's going to vote for Joe fucking Biden, a Democrat, a Republican president, just said he's going to vote for a Democrat. Let that simmer for a
That's
second.
crazy.
I'm not going to disagree with you. Fuck y'all for looking at me like I'm supposed to defend this guy. Fuck y'all, buddy.
But I mean, Colin Powell. Colin Powell broke ranks with Barack, though.
But, I mean, I don't give a fuck. I'll take death threats all day. Goddamn, I'll jack off to a death threat because that means motherfucker, you know me. But, like, legit. Because I don't give a fuck. On my podcast, I called out Asa Hutchinson, Clinton, fucking Harmon, you Nina connection murder motherfucker. And I said it. I don't give a fuck. But what I'm saying is, first of all, I mean, what a fucking waste to vote on Joe Biden. He has no chance in hell.
It's that guy right there. That guy right there.
They got him. Did you see that?
It was the Clintons.
Wow. Oh, I was scared there for you there for a minute, Brad.
No, but for
yeah,
real.
Don't say the C word.
I am looking forward to tomorrow night. It'll be the best sleep ever.
Am I?
What's tomorrow night?
We're gonna go ahead and gloss over that, but I'm gonna ask you for real.
Did he just say he's gonna rub one out while you're on the radio?
He may have.
Oh,
But
did I miss something?
but what I want to ask though, Sean, I think me and you both are right there with each other on how big a deal this is. But Brad, are you glossing over are you saying that it's not a big deal that George W. Bush is coming out? It's not a big deal that John McCain, before he passed away, came out against Trump? These are the Republican.
Hold on. Let me speak to that real quick. The fact that Trump attacked
a war hero,
a fucking veteran, a fucking POW, he viciously attacked him on
yes,
Twitter,
made fun of him for having brain cancer.
I mean, John McCain. I can honestly say John McCain is the last Republican I ever voted for. Now, I did not like Sarah Palin. I hated her from the get-go. But at that point, I was a conservative. I voted for John McCain. Number one, he was a fucking veteran. I'm a veteran. I had a lot of, it was the brother.
You know who he originally wanted as his VP, right, Sean? Legend has it he wanted Lieberman as his VP.
Now, if he had picked Lieberman, then he would have won.
You think so?
But he didn't. He picked crazy-ass Sarah Palin.
I don't think Sarah cost him that election, though.
No, she did. She's insane. She's verifiably insane.
She is insane. I will agree. Almost as insane as Huckabee's daughter. But.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. You know what? If you're going to do politics, keep religion out of it. Just talk about the economy, talk about jobs, talk about, social programs, talk about things that matter to people.
To be fair, though,
religion out of it. Keep all the identity politics out of it. Just stop all that nonsense and talk about issues that really help people.
I'm gonna puke when I say this, but I mean to his point, 45 does talk a lot about economy and doesn't really bring up much about, religion and all that shit. Minus the fact that he tear gassed a bunch of fucking protesters. Really? I haven't heard very much about religion come out of Trump's mouth.
He sat there with the Bible. He held it up for a press.
That's about the one thing that stands out in my mind, though, that he's done.
He has Paula Jones coming to the White House. She has a position in the fucking White House. She's his spiritual advisor.
Wait,
You know,
hold on.
She doesn't even have a real
Are
doctor.
you making shit up on me right now, Sean? Are you serious?
No, I'm not. No, she doesn't have a real doctorate. She got it from a diploma mill. It's
No,
bullshit.
I'm talking about, is she her
actually
position title a spiritual advisor?
Yeah, she is in the White House. She is his spiritual advisor. She has a paid fucking job in the White House. Okay?
Who books this
bullshit.
shit?
There's supposed
Book
to be a
this shit.
separation of church and state, and all presidents are guilty of this bullshit. Democrat and Republican. But I mean, shit, she fucking filed bankruptcy on her church and lost millions of dollars over that shit.
Well, they have
And now-
something in common.
Oh wait, yeah, she and Trump go hand in hand because they've done the same fucking thing. Keep religion out of it. You guys know how I feel about that shit. Fuck
Yeah,
that
absolutely. But I mean, the thing is with
Sorry.
Trump,
Sorry.
though, this past weekend, he said another thing. He said at Corona Rally 2020, he said that we are about to see the biggest numbers we've ever seen. Of course, Trump, he fucking everything's the biggest, but the biggest numbers we've ever seen, and we're setting records in the economy and things like that. I don't see it. Do either of y'all see it?
No, most economists have said we're not going to recover for at least 2 years once jobs start to be created, and it's going to take 10 years to actually recreate all the jobs that have been lost during this whole pandemic. Now, I would, I don't know. I think we overreacted a little bit.
Okay.
I think we closed too early. I think that we're doing too much as far as the social distancing and everything like that. I don't care about the boomers anyway. Fuck them, let them die. They ruined this country to begin with. We did all this bullshit to protect them. For what? They have Social Security. They have fucking retirement. They have fucking pensions. And they're working their damnedest to take all that shit away from fucking millennials and Generation X. So, there you go.
Brad?
Yeah, go on. That generation will be dead soon, and then we can do what we want.
Brad?
Sorry.
How do you feel about
I'm being hateful.
Sean saying fucking fuck the boomers and he hopes they die?
I can't say that.
I can. I'm being mean. I'm sorry.
We're going to have to start censoring Sean.
You do. You really fucking do. God damn it.
Hold up. Can we get a GD counter? Can we get a GD counter? If we've got all this technology, where's the GD counter for Sean Castleberry?
Where's the motherfucker counter?
Hey, I'm kind of screwed on that
I'm
one.
the Samuel L. Jackson of this group.
Oh, shit.
Superfly TNT, motherfucker.
Well, we know it stands at least 2 tonight. But, I mean...
It's the Coors Light.
Coors Light does not sponsor the show, Sean Castleberry.
That's true. It does not. Motherfucking GD. Yeah. That's all me. That's all me.
God bless. Can you imagine what the count...
He rocked up on one leg and farted again.
I got comfortable, you jackass
motherfucker. Your old lady, man.
Fuck you.
That's fucking terrible. I bet that smells like rotten apple.
Can you imagine what the motherfucker in the GD counter is going to sound like on election night when we're on this sumbitch for 8 hours? Oh, my God.
Oh, I do. And we're going to do that shit live.
Oh, Jesus
Number
Christ.
one, okay, you don't get to eat 24 hours beforehand. Okay? No eggs, no beer, nothing. You start breaking ass like that around me, I'm going to get mad. Look, I'm going to be burning candles. I'll be burning candles all goddamn night, you fuck.
But no, Brad, you didn't get to comment on this. Do you think that me and Sean are looking too heavily into the fact that that George W. Bush and some prominent Republican families have come out and said that they will not be voting for Donald Trump. And in effect, he actually, in George W. Bush's case, actually said he will vote for Joe Biden. Are we looking too far into that?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I think you are. And I mean, it's wishful thinking on a lot of people's parts. But I don't see where George W. Bush is going to have that much impact on the voting public that's going to vote for Trump. Here's this is a thought process that I had a discussion with a friend of ours, as we all know, Danny Williams. I seriously believe that what you're seeing, and this is a thought, but I seriously believe that what we're seeing with the Trump supporters, not me, I can give a shit less. But I think a lot of them, you're seeing that in 2008 and 2012, there was the black community felt a sense of empowerment with the black president being elected. And then after, and there were some divisive things that Barack Obama said that people took as divisive statements. One being that, the Trayvon Martin thing, that could be my son. Very, very divisive statement.
Is it though?
I almost was like, I don't know if the president should have said that, should have worded that different, because that incensed a little bit of people. And I'm not saying that it's true. I'm not saying that it's factual, like 100%. But I think Van Jones said it best, that what you're seeing with the Trump supporters is white flag.
Holy shit, y'all! Real quick, check out the Facebook group. A U.S. soldier. This is being reported by ABC News. A U.S. soldier and an alleged member of a white supremacist group has been accused of plotting an attack on his own unit. This is being reported by ABC News. Are you fucking kidding me? This is Ethan Melzer, 22, who faces up to life in prison. Kill that motherfucker. Give that motherfucker the goddamn needle if he is trying to plot against his own unit. That right there is a case for the death penalty.
Wow. Jesus.
He declared himself a traitor against the United States.
Cordy Meltzer allegedly planned a deadly ambush on his fellow soldiers in the service of what prosecutors say a diabolical cocktail of ideologies laced with hate and violence. He joined the Army in 2018 and by 2019 had joined a group called O9A, a group that has anarchist, neo-fascist, neo-Nazi, and anti-Semitic beliefs. The sinister tradition Order of the Nine Angels has a skull mask. Wow, this piece of shit. I would first off, I was at Fort Bragg when that one asshole shot everybody. Okay, way back in 1995, I was right down the street, and I heard the gunshots. There were people in my unit there on the fucking field, that saw people die. And when you turn on your brothers in arms and you do some bullshit like this, fuck you. Michael's absolutely right. They need to fucking kill this asshole because you don't do that. And he's got a fucking red beret. That means he's in the he's airborne just like I was. Fuck that motherfucker. It looks like he was at Fort Bragg. Piece of shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was, I believe it was last month, he used an encrypted message as assistance for a mass casualty attack on his U.S. Army unit once it deployed to Turkey, as well as sent confidential information about the unit, court records said. This motherfucking cocksucker needs the needle. No fucking trial, no fucking nothing. He needs to be put down tonight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And that may be no, that's not fucking Brad. What's your thoughts on this? You kind of remain silent.
I was just reading a little bit. No, these guys don't. His own platoon and stuff don't deserve that shit. But I believe that he should be brought up on, the highest penalty that you can receive. I mean, I'm not going to deny that, even though my thoughts on the military system in general are different. That's bullshit. You don't take it out on the work. You take it out on the fucking company itself. And I mean, when I say company, not in regards to what military people consider company. I mean, in figurative speaking, you don't take it out on Amazon as Amazon. You don't take it out on the workers that are busting their ass for Amazon. You fucking hit Amazon when you don't agree with them. But these innocent guys that are out there fighting for what they believe in, and this bastard is doing that. No, I mean, that's bullshit. I don't know, man. It's just
what kind of world are we in?
Is fucked. 2020 is fucked. Let's be honest.
A fucking white supremacist in the fucking.
Now to be fair, that was going on while I was in the military too.
Yeah.
There was a point when that attack happened. There was some other things that happened at Fort Bragg, and we literally had to stand in front of our chain of command and show all the tattoos that we have and explain whether we were white supremacists. What does this tattoo mean? I got a tattoo here. I got this one here. I got one on my back. And you had to stand there and explain all this shit. What does that mean to you? Does that have any kind of racial, incantations or anything like that? And they did it for a reason, because there are a lot of fucking skinheads in the military back then. This was back from 91 to 96 when I was at Fort Bragg. When I went to Hawaii, it wasn't that bad at all. Everybody was chilled out, smoking weed and drinking, Oh, did I say that out loud? Sorry. Yeah, there were a lot of white supremacist skinheads and shit like that. And I'm sure it's pretty prevalent today. But there was also some guys that were in the fucking Nation of Islam too, So it went both ways. There were a lot of extremists. I don't know how many Muslims that there were. Maybe there were some extremists then too. I didn't know that many, just a couple. But God, it's just, man, I hate this dude. He's got me so frustrated thinking about this shit right now, especially that he was airborne. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Quit farting.
I'm not farting, jackass. With that being said, I mean, we've got a few minutes left before we wrap things up here. We got about 30 minutes left. I know there was one story we didn't catch that I just thought of because I saw the logo for Tyson's Chicken. But I hear Trump's got a new problem with China. And it's the fact, and Asa Hutchinson actually came out and was briefing the state on this as well. Apparently, they are now turning away Tyson's Chicken and poultry from the U.S. because of COVID-19. Have you guys heard anything about this?
I had not.
Yeah. Yes, that came out on NPR this morning. I was listening about that. China's turning away chicken, so that's going to hurt our industry, especially in Arkansas, because we have the Tyson plant. And, it's a dick move on China's part, because they started the shit. I guess you want to call it Kung Flu or whatever. But, yeah, that's going to hurt. It's more winning. Yeah, here we are. America's winning.
Winning bigly.
Yeah. Dude, I want this election to fucking happen. I want it over with. I want somebody else in there. Let them try to fix this shit.
How much longer? How much longer? Honestly. 4 more months?
4 more years. I mean, get used to it. It's going to happen.
I will have to say this much: if the numbers, and once again, the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle, but I think if the numbers are as low as what the media is projecting, or even close to what the media was projecting for his rally Saturday, his first rally in years, where people were bussing in from out of state, just to get there. I feel like his base may not be as fired up as what they were
90
in 2016. Apparently, he was reporting over, I think, 10,000 to 20,000 people were in attendance at the BOK Center there in Tulsa, and the actual figure reported by the media was somewhere around 6,500. That's a pretty big disparity, and quite telling to me that after almost 100 days without speaking in front of a crowd, that's all he could draw. It may be rougher than we once expected.
Was it a matter of they weren't enthused, or was it a matter that there may have been a fear of this virus that's out there right now, the COVID-19? We don't know.
These are the same people who, before the restrictions were lifted, were protesting without any problems. So I don't think that's what it was. Maybe they were scared they were going to get their fucking teeth kicked in.
No, but there's a difference. There's a difference when you make the statement about they were protesting without any problem. There's a difference there. There was a
with weapons, mind you.
Higher passion. There was a higher passion. Oh, we can fucking go bonus. I don't give a shit. There was a higher passion for the protest at this
10 seconds.
Where you're going to see the numbers, it's going to be in November when the election occurs. That's where you're going to see the numbers. And I don't know. I think we're going to get 4 more years. I don't think that Biden has what it takes to beat Trump. I really don't. Klobuchar came out and said that he needed to have a African American female for his vice president.
Who's it going to be, though? Honestly,
I'll say it now. I don't want Biden in the White House, but the ticket to winning for Joe Biden to win is for there to be that surge in the voting populace that came out for Barack Obama. That's where the numbers have to be. They have to be there. Because Trump supporters are going to come out strong. They're going to come out strong. And I mean, whether you like it or not, it's a fucking fact.
So the question I have, though, Sean or Brad, is he pulled, like they said multiple times, the night of 2016 in the election, and we're in bonus content actually now on Blog Talk. So what we're actually going to do is I'm going to go ahead and end the episode on Blog Talk, ladies and gentlemen. If you're listening to us on Blog Talk, go ahead and go on over to our Facebook Live.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
I'm going to go ahead and end that episode and unmute myself on the live stream. Go ahead and unmute yourself, gentlemen, on the cameras.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Awesome.
But gentlemen, the question I have is, how long are you going to be able to play that dangerous game of poker where you have a very, very, very narrow window to win in the White House? If he loses
what are you talking about? But I'm asking you, where are you seeing a game of poker, though? There's not a game of poker right now. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be the same unless that comes out. It's all on the Democratic side of the aisle to come out and vote for their candidate. Trump's got his candidacy in the bag right now with his supporters. And here's the thing about it. If you're talking about poker, he's holding the nut flush, dude. He's holding it because he doesn't give a fuck about California. He doesn't give a fuck about New York. He is going to nickel and dime the shit out of you to get those electoral votes in states like Arkansas, in states like Oklahoma, in states like, he's got to have Ohio and Pennsylvania and all that shit. I get that. But he's going to go after the nickel and dime shit. And, we could get into a big argument about that, but, my whole argument against the Electoral College is that if we eliminated the Electoral College, we have to have a system to where everybody counts. Because if you go by just a popular vote, you could win the election with 3 fucking states. California's got a shit ton of people.
Very true, very true. But my thing is this, though. You remember as well as I do watching the returns that night, they said if one state, if he loses Florida, Ohio, any of these small states or bigger states that he has in his column, he will lose the presidency, or he wouldn't have beaten Hillary Clinton. All it takes comes down to, I believe it was 500,000 votes in Michigan. I think it was 40,000 votes in Florida. Just small, minor things that if Biden can flip one of those states, we're talking about President Biden instead of another 4 years of President Trump.
Can he flip one though? See, we've got a lot of shit to do. We've got a lot of time in between there.
So here's what I was hearing about today. They were talking about this. Is that, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so they were talking about today is that Joe Biden promised to have a woman be his vice presidential nomination. Now, unless he picks an African-American woman, he will not win. If he picks an African-American woman, he's back in the running. But he has to pick the right woman. He has to pick a woman who is smart, intelligent, who can talk about the issues that people care about, get off the identity politics, and be a real fucking leader. That's what we need. Now, who is that person? Who is it?
Exactly. That's the problem. Right now, you have to have somebody also that's going to reach across and get those quote-unquote Reagan Democrats, or those quote-unquote, on the fence Trump supporters. You've got to reach out to the mine workers, that
I mean, look, one of the big names, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris could be a factor for Joe Biden. I don't give a shit about her, but she could be it.
True. I don't know that she appeals to the average Trump supporter, though. The Trump supporter that's not 100% in his camp, but they're looking for an olive branch to be extended.
Well, I mean, I don't give a shit who. I mean, here's why I vote for Joe Biden, and this is it, because the party that he represents is so fucking far to the left that it's beyond fucking control, because you've got, I mean, this Green New Deal that came out not too long, a while back. I mean, it's unfucking plausible.
I'm glad you said that, though, Brad, because honestly, I don't think there's an age restriction. AOC may be that person.
Oh, God damn.
AOC may be that person to bring the young vote.
Well, AOC's needs to.
I mean, I would be happy with that. I personally would be happy with AOC. I think that would be amazing, but you need the African-American vote. 30 million African-Americans. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think that he really needs to sit back and consider we need an African-American woman for vice president. We really do. I think AOC is a little too far to the left, and a lot of people may not vote for her.
Very true.
And to be honest with you, AOC's in a little bit of issue right now for not having paid a $2,000 tax bill from 7 years ago. I'm saying.
Well,
is she? I didn't know that.
Look at how much tax debt Trump's that freaking stacked up. Honestly. I mean, really though, that's the one that stands out to me. If we want a woman and a person that is not Caucasian, AOC is the star right now of the Democratic Party. She's in the Barack Obama position. Honestly, if she would have been 35 and could have ran for president, she probably would have been the nominee. In my opinion.
She's a little too extreme, I think, to because here's the thing: AOC would be elected president, possibly, but I don't think she would accomplish a fucking thing because her ideology is so far extreme, it's unfeasible. A $32 trillion fucking Green New Deal package would never happen. You want to ban fucking airplanes? You want to ban this? You're talking about cows farting and causing problems? Fuck me.
I mean, my only thing here is this, though. You're right. Both of you are right in that you have to look at this as a horse race now. You have to look at this as who's gonna fucking get the. And we have a comment there from Micah Leanne says Kamala is the toughest. That is true. Kamala Harris, I think, would be a hell.
Hang on. I want to do this new feature. Check this out. Kaboom!
Oh, I think though.
Oh, it's Micah. Hey, Micah, how are you? Oh my gosh. Oh, she was on the American Idiots there for a while. Yeah.
I'm not an AOC fan. Full disclosure, the Republican part of me that still exists, I'm not an AOC fan. I just feel like she has that.
Yeah, you are.
Superstar innate ability to possibly draw out voters that wouldn't normally come to the polls.
Just saying.
I mean, Sean, do you think that would energize the base enough for him to flip? All he has to do, let's be honest, is flip one. All he has to do is flip Florida, for crying out loud. And God knows, in Miami, there's plenty of voters in Miami-Dade County that could swing the presidential election.
AOC sparkles and her time will come. AOC, yeah, okay. So, yes, I do think AOC's time will come, and I think that she is a great politician, and she will be able to do a lot of great things. But she's not right for Biden right now, okay? I think that Kamala Harris, someone like that, if she can get past Trump attacking her, because that's what Trump's going to do. He's going to attack her for sleeping her way up to the top, because that's what they started doing when she was running for president. He's going to demean her. He's going to sexualize her. He's going to do everything that men do to women to discount them. Okay?
Absolutely.
He will be vicious. It will be bad. Okay? But if she can hold her chin up and be strong, dude, she could be the one.
I rip her apart. I can see Kamala just wiping the debate floor with Mike. I can see her just taking Mike Pence to fucking school. But can she hold up and have enough meat left on the bone after Trump gets done with her? Because let's be honest, at that point, the media would turn it into Trump versus Kamala. And Trump would turn it into Trump versus Kamala.
Hey, but let's be honest. I mean, let's be honest here, though. Cortez has a stiff challenge within her own primary that she's got to overcome as well. I mean, it's going to be interesting.
Like I said, it comes down to one state for me. Can it be a Florida? Can he flip in Ohio? Can he? That's what Biden is going to have to do come election night when we're sitting here. We've got to be able to say that Joe Biden takes a Florida. Joe Biden takes as far-fetched as it almost sounded, it's not that far-fetched anymore. Joe Biden takes a Texas.
But you're saying that in June. We have 5 months to go. You're saying that in June, okay? I mean, I want to remind you that you're saying this in June, okay? And if we have another, if we have a second wave of corona that they're calling for in October, November, then the landscape of this whole thing could be different. Now, I'm just trying to be a realist here. I think that you're looking at what you're seeing right now. And it's because right now we have such a passionate design going on. But let's be honest, until the George Floyd video surfaced, unfortunately, Mike Brown was a fucking afterthought at this point. That's the thing about it, is this all goes away and the passion subsides. And it's sad. It is fucking sad. And the sadder fucking part about all of this is that between now and then, you're going to have hundreds of fucking young black men that are murdered, in Chicago and in these other fucking places. And the issues are going to get pushed aside. And when the election cycle comes, it's all going to go away. And we're going to be talking about a fucking president. And they're going to try everything they can. They're going to slander the shit out of whoever they feel like slandering. Notice I said whoever. and it's not going to fucking matter. It's not going to fucking matter.
The question is, though, is Trump not letting this die? When you think about it. Because think about this. Trump fuels this shit just as much as anybody else. And I say this because of this. What was one of his main speaking points on Saturday? Trump said fucking basically the same thing he said all along. When the looting starts, the shooting starts. And all those fucking stupid things he said since this began. Trump is doing himself a great disservice by saying this shit. And, you know, there's one factor that we haven't talked about. The fact that we may not be having campaign or conventions. And that means no convention bump. So really, what we have between now and November is 3 or 4 debates. And
we may not have conventions, but we still have the fucking rallies. And he's still going to be going around the country on the rallies, and Fox News is still going to be televising those. Saturday night was the biggest broadcast night in Fox history. Okay? His base is emboldened by his racist bullshit. Okay? They're going to vote. They're going to get out and vote. Okay? We have to get everyone else out there to vote. How do we do that? Biden has to keep his promise.
Micah comments in here in the comment section, says you guys underestimate these young folks. They believe in Molotovs and chills. They live this life and they hate Trump. I mean, very true. I mean, I will say this: we saw the get out to vote.
Where were they in 2016? Maybe they've got a wake up call in 2020 that they got to get out and vote. And it's not that. Dude, the Trump supporters I don't underestimate the young vote. Goddamn, I've said constantly, you've got to have the vote turn out. And I'll give you a prime example of how I know this shit never works unless they finally woke the fuck up. And that's this. In the city of North Little Rock, Joe Smith ran as mayor. He ran against a gentleman, a black guy. I can't fucking remember the guy's name. But it went to a runoff. Coincidentally, the same night that they both ran on the North Little Rock mayoral ticket, Barack Obama was on the ballot for the vote. It went to a runoff. 2 weeks later, when that Barack Obama wasn't on the ballot and they didn't have to show up to vote for Obama, and I'm just saying this, it's not being shitty, Joe Smith won in a fucking landslide. So they've got to show up. It's not an underestimation. You've got to fucking show up to vote. You can't just. You do. Hey, real quick. I have to run, take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. I got to grab some more beer too. I'll be right back. Okay, look, Micah, I'm in agreement with you that the young folks and the black vote is the key to all of this. But what I'm saying is it's got to fucking come from other than this group of shit. This group, not shit, but this group, this area. It's got to come from this. It can't just come from California and New York, Florida. It's got to come from smaller. Arkansas's young votes got to get out and say, fuck Trump if that's what they want to do. It's got to come because.
But once again, Brad, I think you're looking at this the big picture too much in this case. Because once again, it comes down to one state for the most part. If he can flip, and Micah, maybe you can back me up on this.
I don't understand Hurd, but I mean, I don't know if she's mad at me or not. But I mean, look, I voted for Trump in 2016, not because I like, not because I'm not going to sit here and fucking apologize for it. Fuck that. But to be honest with you, there's a portion. I mean, they've got to get out and vote. People have got to get out and fucking vote. That's the thing, And MTV has had these get the fuck out and vote campaigns, and they don't fucking work. Well, goddamn it, wake up, change, make fucking change happen. People got to make change. If you want it to change, the fucking protesting on the streets of the Capitol, it's all fucking great. It doesn't fucking work. We've been protesting for 80,000 fucking years. It doesn't fucking work. I mean, let's be honest, people. I'll tell you the honest to God's truth here. Fucking slavery has existed way before the African American community. The fucking Egyptians were enslaved. You know, they put the fucking pyramids up on the backs of slavery. So, God damn it, it's been going on for millions of years. Whatever I don't fuck a number, but I'm just saying is if you wanted to fucking change, then fuck your voice. Do biblical story, whether you believe it or not. Make it fucking happen. Get a group together and fucking buck the system and get the fuck out of there. That's what I'm saying.
So Brad, the reason why I'm saying I think you're thinking too big on this is Florida, for example. 26 electoral votes.
Are you there?
The separation.
No, we're not, John. We're gone.
Man, I had to piss like a racehorse. Sorry about that. It was crazy.
Oh, Brian.
What's up, Sean? But the question is,
hey, does she watch?
911 votes. That's not a large, when you look at the scheme of Florida, that's not hard to overcome. Neither was 500.
I got Corona.
No, you don't.
The Supreme Court kind of. You look at Michigan. I think Michigan was something like 40,000 votes. Literally 2 changeable states that would change the outcome of this presidential election.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm telling you right now. I am telling you right now. Here's what this is going to be, though. Okay, and I don't know if Micah may agree with me or not. Sean may disagree or agree. I don't know. But what you have to look at is, like Micah said, don't underestimate the young folks. But
well, you're right.
Don't underestimate that contingency of the Caucasian vote either.
But
because I believe there's a lot of them that haven't come out either in this shit. And I think you saw a segment of them, but they could come out too. And all three of us, and Micah, hold on, all three of us could possibly go, we don't agree with the shit, but there's a contingency of people. Obviously, you're dropping nooses, you cocksucker, over on Bubba Wallace's fucking stable.
Right.
You historic fuck, quit. But there's that group of fucking people that's going to come out and go, you know what? God damn it. I don't want this shit.
But those people voted in 2016.
Not all of them.
We know what Trump can turn out.
I don't think you know what Trump can fully turn out. I really don't. I think there's a group of Trump supporters out there that hasn't made their voice heard yet. I really believe that.
Well,
and I don't, hold on. I should say, I'll really say this. I'll say, I don't even think that it's really Trump supporters. I think there's a group of fucking morons out there that don't like black people, that drop the N-bomb like I used the word hello, and they're going to come out and they're going to be like, well, fuck that shit, you motherfuckers, blah, 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 beep, 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 beep. And they're going to fucking vote for Trump because this side over here, they feel like that some bitch is going to come in, he's going to impregnate all my white women and we're going to have mixed babies. Fuck you.
Right.
But you don't think that happened in 2016? I think we've seen the worst Trump can do. I think now it's time for Biden.
No,
I am the anti-ideological Mark Levine. I don't give a fuck anymore. That's who I am.
Look, I think Trump could do a whole lot worse. I think that, especially because he's commander in chief, right? He could declare martial law. He could do a whole bunch of stupid shit. And I don't want him to do that. I really don't. And I hope he doesn't. Maybe he's going to wise up. It was a fluke that he won. He didn't expect to win. He didn't think he was going to win. But now that he's got the job,
he said that. He had no idea.
Right.
He really
and now
didn't think he was going to win.
But now that he has the job, he doesn't want to lose it because he has all this power, he has all this intrigue. I mean, he can go on fucking on the White House lawn and talk, and they're going to televise him. He's an egomaniac, you know. He
But the
loves
thing is,
this shit.
the turnout has gotten as bad as it's going to get. I don't think we're going to see any new Trump voters. I don't think we're
I don't
gonna
know.
see any new voters.
I disagree, and here's why I disagree, because you've had 4 years, okay, of Donald Trump. That means that you're going to have a new breed of 18-year-olds that has grown up, probably rubbed one out to their sister, and has probably watched Trailer Park Hookers 6 through 20, and they're going to be like, oh, goddamn, I can vote for Trump. And then I can wear my fucking 44s on my truck, and I can talk about my sister, and I'm going to vote for that sumbitch. MAGA! Fuck you.
You think he's got a youth movement in there?
Dude, I'm telling you, Michael, as bad as I hate to say it, I think you're underestimating the fucking power that this fucking group has.
The evangelical vote is going to be there. The boomers are going to be there. They proved that the last election. Every time I vote, and I vote every fucking election day, whether it's local, whether it's state, whether it's the national, and I see the same motherfuckers every time. Those old bastards that are Trump supporters, you know, they're the ones that helped pass a law here in Arkansas where you have to show a fucking ID. Now you got to buy your vote in Arkansas. You know, it's just people, young people, white people are too afraid that people of color will turn around and treat them the same way. Yes, Mike is absolutely right. There are white people out there that are terrified because of the way that white society has treated minorities throughout the history of this country, throughout the history of the world, that the same thing's going to happen to them. And you know what? No, that's not going to happen. People of color, minorities, women, they're not going to treat you like shit. Okay? They fought too goddamn hard to lose it. That's what people don't understand. These white supremacists, these fucking bastards, they don't understand that people have fought too goddamn hard to fucking lose it, to be an asshole. They don't want to be an asshole. They just want to have equity. That's it. Equity in all things.
So, Brad, you're saying, basically, if I'm understanding you correctly, there is a part of the Trump supporting base that was not able to vote in the last election that is possibly going to sway this election. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, I mean, you're going to have, you know, Billy Bob Jr. and Billy Bob Jr. the third, and, you know, fucking cousin Eddie and Eddie 2 and Eddie 3 and Eddie 4 and Johnny fucking 5 that are going to be out there that are letting it, they sit around on their, God damn it, they sit around on their pontoon boats, which I just bought one, so fuck off. They sit on their pontoon boats and they drink fucking 17-cent beer, and they grill fucking, you know, those red fucking hot dogs that aren't even fucking legal. And they talk about how much they fucking love Trump, and they fly their flags. And every time they see a black person, they go, hey, because I'm going to tell you something. Racism is the most secretive shit in the world. How many fucking times have you ever been in a conversation with somebody and some racist shit comes up and the motherfucker goes, did y'all see that? You know, I mean, goddamn. I just,
or my favorite, I'm not racist, but
I got a lot of black friends. Fuck you. I've got color TV. What's your fucking point?
What the fuck, dude? Seriously?
yeah, that's another one.
I mean, that's the fucking. I mean, look, I'm not being shitty. I'm just saying that motherfucker's like, well, I ain't racist. I got plenty of friends. I'm not prejudiced. I own color TVs. That's the stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. Go fuck a tree with your car at 90 miles an hour. Fuck you.
I agree. I mean, and I just, it's so easy when you look at it from the 2016 numbers that he could flip one or two states with those small majorities that Trump barely won and possibly win the presidency. all it takes. Which,
but you're also okay. But you're also taking into account you can't take 2016's numbers versus 2020 because it's two totally different candidates. And the stronger candidate on the Democratic side between Hillary and Joe Biden was Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
You know, because number one, Joe Biden actually, if you get into his political records, really didn't have a whole lot in common with Obama. He really didn't.
I mean, Joe Biden was sympathetic to minorities. Joe Biden, lifelong Democrat. Joe Biden, vice president to the first black president. He has a lot of credibility with African-American voters. Okay?
Right.
Now, he needs to make the right decision and pick the right running mate. If he picks the wrong running mate, people aren't going to vote for him. Now, I liked Hillary Clinton. I've always liked her. I know a lot of people don't, but she was not electable. And I hate that. No. I hate that so much because we should have had a woman as the president. We should have. Men have been running this fucking country into the ground for 240-something years. We need to let a woman run the goddamn country. Okay? But we live in a sexist society, a misogynistic society. You know, it's kind of like what I was saying about the whole wrestling thing. You know, even women hate women in this country. It fucking sucks. It sucks. Women outnumber men in this country, and they wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton. That says a lot. That says a lot about her. Okay?
But I think Hillary came from, in a lot of people's minds, Hillary came from a lot of controversy and a lot of shit.
Yeah.
I mean, you have
Hillary
to look at.
That's, I think, what her ultimate undoing was. Hillary was a dynasty, and I think that was her ultimate.
No. Here's what I really think about why I think Hillary Clinton lost a lot of the vote was because Hillary Clinton could not stand up and garner the female vote, in my honest opinion, because here's a woman who fucking stood by her goddamn husband for the notoriety while he peckered every goddamn thing that said hello. And so she had no fucking credibility with feminism because she was like, it's okay. Look here, Tanya Tucker, stand by your fucking man, dumbass, but you're not fucking strong.
I mean, you do make a good point, but if Hillary Clinton had divorced Bill Clinton, okay, what if she was just like, you know what, fuck you, Bill, I'm out, I'm done, and she walked away? She would be unelectable at that point too because she turned her back on her man.
Well, man, I know you can't win for losing in any situation, but what I'm saying is, but you can't. But see, and here's another thing: don't think that that's not coming up. When he was on Charlotte,
the question,
if you vote for Trump, you're not black. Or if you don't vote for Trump, or you don't vote for me, you're not black. You can't fucking say that. And that's the problem. Joe Biden is a gaffe waiting to fucking happen.
Now, wait. Now, you have to listen to that interview. If you go back and listen to the interview with Charlemagne the God, it was a joke. And Charlemagne laughed. I'm sure everyone that was listening to that laughed. When I went back and listened to it, I laughed because it was a humorous joke. There was nothing wrong with what he said. Okay? In fact, he said it sarcastically. Anybody listening to that? Now, of course, because he's running for president, they're going to throw it out there like, oh, if you don't vote for him, you're not black. Well, yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. And he immediately came out and said, hey, you know what? I'm sorry if people took that the wrong way. Cool.
The question I have, gentlemen, and I'm not defending Hillary by any stretch of the imagination, but this came up in my mind when you started the whole Bill Clinton cheating on his wife thing. We look at Hillary and we bash her for that, but we look back on Jacqueline Kennedy and everybody looks at her as a pillar of what a first lady should be. So what's the difference between the two?
But Jacqueline Kennedy never came out and called it. Jacqueline Kennedy never really came out and attacked the citizens of the United States, whether she agreed with them or not. She never came out and said they were deplorable. She never came out and talked shit. She was just a very honest, classy woman. And let's be honest, it was 1960, and unfortunately, it was a different time.
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to say. It was a different time. It was back in the 60s. The first lady did not have the power that they do now. Okay, Hillary Clinton, when she was the first, when she was the first lady, she was working on making universal health care. Okay, it failed, but she was given that opportunity to do that because she is a strong, powerful, intelligent woman, right? Now, the fact that it blew up in her face is not her fault. Okay, there were a lot of people working against her and against Bill. Okay, but you know, Jacqueline Onassis Kennedy was a wife. She wasn't a leader. She was the first lady.
True.
Again, it was a different time. I mean, go watch Mad Men. That's what society was back then. You know, get in the kitchen and cook me dinner, woman. That was society. She was expected to be the woman of the house, the White House. Hillary Clinton had a job. There's a big difference.
You say looking at the filter of the 60s versus the 90s is the difference between Jackie and Hillary.
It's a whole generation different. It's an entire generation different.
It's a fucking MTV generation. Let's be honest. I mean, goddamn, go back and just go back and look at the fucking music in the 60s. Oh shit. I'm in trouble.
Oh shit. Did Hillary just text you?
No. Probably did. She's probably gonna kill me. I'm gonna commit suicide on my right side with my left hand. Fuck it. No, but you go back and you look at like Buddy Holly was the fucking hit in the 60s, okay, or what 50s, whatever. In the 90s, you had Fuck the Police and
True.
NWA. So the times had changed, and in a good way for women suffrage and shit like that. It's gotten better.
So you think if Jackie and Jack came on in the 90s, they wouldn't be looked at as fondly as they are
I'm going to tell you right now, if JFK was up for election right fucking now, or his brother Robert Kennedy was up for election right now, then both of them would have my fucking vote right now. Because John F. Kennedy was the last fucking president worth of shit that the United States ever had, in my opinion.
Oh, wait, hold on. I mean, John F. Kennedy had his own problems, his own faults. He was leading us into Vietnam. The Cuban Missile Crisis. He's not a patron saint. There were things that he did that I don't agree with. There are things that Clinton did I don't agree with. The housing bubble crisis. I
was always under the impression that Kennedy was opposed to Vietnam and opposed to the Cuban crisis. That's why they killed him.
He was opposed towards the end of his presidency, but at first he was going along with what his advisors were telling him. Okay, just like Robert Wright talks about Bill Clinton, and he says that during the time that he signed the executive orders and the laws to make the housing bubble happen in 2008, Bill Clinton, Robert Wright told him, "Don't do this, man. This is going to like ruin people. This is really going to hurt people." And Bill Clinton was like, I'm going to do it anyway. And it caused people to lose their homes, their jobs, all sorts of things.
Yeah, but that's because he put $20,000 a year folks the ability to get into $300,000 homes. Honestly, Clinton's presidency was pretty amazing, and I can't believe I fucking said that because I hate him. But the only thing was at the very end, the housing collapse that he created was horseshit.
So the question I have then is, a lot of people compare every Democratic president to JFK, kind of like, every Republican freaking president's compared to Reagan nowadays. But more so in Clinton's aspect, and I'm not sure I quite get why he's so heavily compared to JFK. But if you flip-flop them, what I'm asking is JFK looked at back as fondly if he was in the 90s rather than the 60s? Or would we be talking about Bill Clinton in the 60s?
Actually,
and
Sean may agree with me, but had they not assassinated his brother, JFK wouldn't even be talked about because Robert Kennedy would have been amazing.
Maybe. I mean, as far as we know, Robert Kennedy and John F. Kennedy were pulling trains on Marilyn Manson in the Marilyn Monroe in the White House. We don't fucking know. Yeah, I said Marilyn Manson. But I mean, they were accused of that, pulling trains on the poor girl, and she killed herself. Why did she kill herself? Did the Kennedys have something to do with it? Like the Clintons? Like the Clintons have killed everybody. I mean, I don't
Did
fucking
she-
know. No, but I'm being serious though. You can't put politicians on a fucking pedestal. They're not gods. They're fucking people. You know, as much as I love President Obama, he did not shut down Gitmo. He did not end the wars. He didn't do anything to actually make universal health care or free education for the population while he had control of the Senate and the House. And he could have done that. That's Marilyn Manson. You fucker.
We can argue, Sean, Sean, about you motherfucker. We can actually argue, Sean, about whether he did anything for universal health care, though, because Klan assassinated the Kennedys. Operation. Never heard that one before, Brad. Is that one that you've heard?
Fucking serious? Are
I
you
haven't heard
serious?
about the Klan.
Klan assassinated the Kennedys. Operation Cyclops. Now, see, that's a new one. I've never heard that. What is Operation Cyclops? Like I heard that George Walker Herbert Bush was in Dallas that day and that he may have shot Kennedy. That's a conspiracy theory that I was like, what? But I've never heard of this Operation Cyclops. Micah, can you tell us what this is? This is awesome.
Yeah, for real. I'm interested in this.
It's a new one on me.
I mean, I don't know. You look back, do I think Biden would be what I would call a transformative president, and we would look back at Biden and Biden would be the guy instead of Kennedy, that every Democrat thereafter would be held to that regard? No, I don't think a Biden presidency would do much per se. But at some point, my point here is in November, we have to stop the bleeding. We have to acknowledge that a mistake was made, and we have to stop the bleeding before another 4 years that could, if we're set back to the 60s now, where are we going to be in the 4 more years? That's what I'm thinking.
Reference to the Watchmen, the television show? Okay, I got to look this up. I got to Google this. Hold on. Let me go to Google or Bing. Which one's better? Google or Bing? Google. I like Bing, though, because it's not Google.
One thing, you have an Apple product. You can't say you're anti-establishment anymore, motherfucker.
Operation Cyclops. Okay, Clops.
Right. You were going to say something to me when I made that statement about if we're living in the 60s now, where will we be in 4 more years? What were you going to say?
Say it again.
I said if we're living in the 60s now after 4 years of Trump, where will we be in 8? And you started to say something. What were you going to say?
But here, okay. And I know this isn't going to be a popular statement, and it's probably going to be refuted. I know it is. But I think that I know, Dean. Fuck it, they all do. It's the fucking World Wide Web.
Yeah,
if you don't think people are watching, whatever. I
mean, Google
not
keeps track of everything.
By any stretch.
Facebook does too, Dana.
Like I said before, I think the process of rolling downhill started in 2 segments. I think you had a group of people that when Obama was elected were like, oh shit, here we go. And this is and it's bullshit. It's a bullshit logic, but I think it's true. You had a group of people that went, fuck. And that took them back. And then Trump comes in and he's the anti-Obama. And then you had another group of people that went, shit. And they felt like they went back. And I don't think anybody really went fucking backwards. I think that like I said before, I will go to my grave, in all honesty, with the belief that racism isn't as fucking prevalent as people say it is. I believe that you have a bunch of fucking idiots that still have this ideology that they're going to be involved in some interracial cuckold at some fucking point because of all this shit. and they're so fucking scared of it that, look, I've been to fucking jail before. Okay? I've been in the fucking
Have you,
public
Michael?
shower. Yeah, now, Michael couldn't last a day in jail. I've been in
Have
a
you been to
public
jail, Michael?
shower. Newsflash, not all black dick is that big.
No, seriously, Michael, have you ever been to jail?
No, I haven't.
Yes or no? Okay, I got a serious lag going on. Have you been to jail, Michael? No. Okay, so Brad has been to jail. I've been to jail. That shit fucking sucks. Okay,
Well, no,
you need to go.
yeah.
No, you need to go shoplift somewhere and go experience that shit. Do a misdemeanor. Get put. No, I'm serious. You seriously need to go see what jail is like. You know, save up some money, a few $100s one day, put it on your bucket list. You know, tell the fucking cop, hey, fuck you. I wanted to be it on my bucket list. And quit cocking up and farting, you asshole.
I'm not farting anyway.
Dude, you keep going
Anyway,
every 5 minutes. Stop it.
Would you at least turn around and give us the Ace Ventura segment? Let me ask you a few questions.
Sean, can you agree with? Oh my God, Sean, can you agree?
You have
with
some
me that
banaka?
if do you agree with me or Brad? If we're sitting in the 60s now, do you think we're going to continue to regress from from another 4 years of Trump, or do you agree with Brad where really the regression started? I guess if I'm explaining this correctly, Brad, at the beginning of the Obama administration.
I would agree with both of you. I would agree with both of you because of this reason here. When President Obama was elected, it enraged white America. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they started working. No, it did. And they started working with Mitch McConnell as hard as they could to stop whatever President Obama wanted. And they even said, as long as he's a president, we're not going to let anything pass. And that emboldened white America. And that kept going all the way until the end of President Obama's presidency. And then when Trump came along, was like, let's make America great again, just like the KKK. They all jumped on board. They all jumped on board. You know, a lot of people will deny this. President Trump's father was in the fucking Klan. You can look that shit up. I pointed this out to several people, and they're like, no, he wasn't. No, he was arrested at a Klan rally. That's what they'll say. That motherfucker was in the Klan. Okay? Yes. He was.
I've never heard that, but that doesn't mean that it's not true.
He was arrested. He was arrested in New York State at a Klan rally. He was let go because the motherfucker was rich. Yeah. But he was there. And it's public knowledge. And all these motherfuckers that try to deny that you know, President Trump doesn't have any white supremacists. No, he does. That's why he calls all the white supremacists good people. That's why he calls, you know, Colin Kaepernick a son of a bitch. And he calls all these people that are protesting right now animals. He's a goddamn white supremacist. He always has been. I mean, he really has.
So then I'll pose this to you, Sean. I mean, and I just said this, and Brad, I'll let you come in and comment too. But the question I have is, I don't think that a Biden presidency would be transformative. I think it would be an average presidency at best. Sean?
Biden is not a good Democratic leader. He plays too many identity politics. Now, the fact that he's the nominee, that's what you got to go with. So he needs to pick a strong vice president, someone who can be that fucking leader. Kind of like what fucking Bush did when he picked Cheney. Because who ran the country while Bush was the fucking president? It was goddamn Dick Cheney, and we all fucking know it. So he
George
needs to
H.W. Bush admitted just much.
Right.
In his book.
Right. And Biden needs to do the same thing. His old ass needs to pick a young African-American woman who is a leader who can fucking run this country and reverse all the bullshit that fucking Trump has done.
Brad, do you think a Biden presidency would be transformative, or do you think it would be average?
I was still thinking.
Oh, good Lord. Why you got the cruise missile?
Look, I read Green Eggs and Ham on the fucking floor because I opposed Obamacare. Mega.
But for real, Brad, do you think that if Biden were elected president,
Hold
do you think
on.
we would
Yes,
look at-
Sean, how dare you talk to me that way? We didn't oppose Obama for 8 fucking years.
Now you're holding up a picture of Ted Cruz. Fucking Donald Trump talks shit about Ted Cruz and his dad and all that bullshit, and then he turned around and rode the GOP fucking coattails and supports Trump and all. Man, where's his fucking balls? Why doesn't he look at Trump and be like, "Hey, fuck you, asshole"?
They're in my own mouth because that's where Trump put them.
He rides Trump. He kisses Trump's ring harder than anybody. But for real, Brad,
What did you say? Hold on. Rewind that shit. What did you just say?
He kisses the ring of Trump harder than anybody.
Please don't use the word harder and cruise missile at the same sentence. Please don't.
No, but Brad, do you look at a
Hang on, we
potential-
have an opinion. What is your opinion? Don't have an opinion? Sweet boy. Anyway.
Do you look at it as a potential transformative presidency?
Say that again?
Do you look at a potential Biden presidency as a transformative presidency or average at best?
Fucking joke. Nothing will be different. I mean, look, I don't see Biden doing anything fucking different. I don't. I mean, not different. I mean, not saying he's going to stay the status quo of what we are. But I don't think that. Hold on, I have to do something.
Oh, wait. Hey, this is for Michael real quick. The next time you rock up on one leg, that's what we should be hearing. Okay? It's really simple. I played the trombone for like 20 years, so I can do that. Okay? In fact, you need to put a microphone on your ass cheeks so that we can hear that shit. And then we can call, hey, instead of Money Mike, it needs to be Fart Man Mike. Yeah.
Brad, continue.
Sorry.
Brad, continue. You said you don't think anything will change.
Just I don't know. No, absolutely not. And if Micah's still listening, I would be interested to hear someone's opinion. I don't think a Biden presidency would be worth anything. I really don't. I just don't because well, I mean, let's be honest. He'll have control of the Congress for at least 2 more years.
Yeah.
But he won't have the Senate. And in all honesty, I think that no, he won't get the Senate. I'll tell you this. My prediction is this: if Trump doesn't win re-election, I think that you'll see the Republicans or the Trump supporters figure out a way to take control of the House and the Senate.
I could see that.
Well, I mean, Biden's already said that they may have to actually physically remove Trump from office. He's already saying that these mail-in ballots that are going around, he's already saying that's voter fraud. He's already saying that Facebook's working against him, Twitter's working against him. He's setting up this whole narrative right now to his base that the election's going to be stolen from him. He's putting it out there
like
now so that if he loses, he can fight it. And he has Kavanaugh, and Robert, and all those conservatives in the Supreme Court that might try to keep him in office.
But now, let's be fair, Michael. Let's be fair. You know, it was a Democrat who fucking went fighting for the White House the first time.
Sean, I mean, that is a good point.
I mean, Al Gore made the same accusations with a fucking hanging Chad. So if we're going to assassinate the character of one person for voter, we have to go back and go, you have to look at that. The playbook has been established. It didn't work.
That is
Right?
a good point. I mean,
Be right back.
if you look
Be right back.
if you look at precedents, you do make a good point, in my opinion. And once again, in the comments, y'all can disagree with this, but there is a precedence for this. Al Gore did it in 2000. Obviously, there was a major error in tabulation in the votes there in Florida. So, did Gore have a reason to fight? Yes. Did it end up ultimately mattering? No. But there is a precedence for this.
I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I'm
here.
So, Sean, what I was saying was I was agreeing with Brad. I said there is a precedence for this. Yes, there was major voter tabulation error in Florida, but it was a Democrat who first took it all the way to the Supreme Court before, conceding defeat.
And to be honest with you, in 2016, Hillary started to make that move and then quit. I thought for real that she was going to fight. Because when she came out and she didn't secede the election, she sent the dude out there to say we're coming back. I thought, fuck, here we go. But I mean,
at first I thought the same thing. When that happened, I was like, "Oh shit, this is 2000 all over again." And maybe I was wrong. But I don't know. I honestly think because of the way he's setting up the narrative right now, that if he were to lose the election, the electoral votes, he's really going to do his best to try to fight it and not leave. I mean, Biden even said that he would have to be escorted physically out of the White House. I think that's for real. I think he's such a goddamn narcissist.
Let me ask you this though, or is that Joe Biden trying to rile up a particular base of people that believe in the anarchist way, like some of these people do now? I mean, I know. Look, I don't. Antifa and all that shit, they may have a decent point as to what they're fighting for, but let's be honest, they're anarchist cookbook people to me. And
Joe is a politician. He doesn't say anything that isn't calculated. I will agree with that, Brad.
Well, he doesn't fucking think when he speaks either. And what's the easiest way to get a fan base? Corona. Michael's got Corona. But anyway.
COVID-19 positive.
Yeah, no shit. But anyway, no, I mean, and I think that's what Biden is doing. Biden, I disagree. A lot of people say he would. I don't think he would, because at the end of the day, I think he's going to fucking whatever. But anyway,
right.
I don't think it's going to be a possibility anyway. I really don't. I don't think Trump's going to lose. But
you're probably right at this point. Yeah.
If it was close, Sean, if I could see it, if it was close, if it came down to a Florida or an Ohio, could I see Trump absolutely saying, you know what, I'm going to get my lawyers in this and I'm going to make damn sure before I concede? Oh, yeah. He's going to make damn sure.
No, it doesn't matter if it's a goddamn landslide in Biden's favor. He's going to get his lawyers involved. He's going to try to go to the Supreme Court. He really will. I mean, I'm calling that right now. That's going to fucking happen.
Okay. Just please hear me out. And if you're watching, I swear to God, I am not fucking supporting the dude. But if he comes out and he says, well, this is bullshit, then everybody should be like, you know what? You got a fucking point. We can't say a fucking thing because we rose a big goddamn to do and we put you on trial and we had Senate hearings fucking because we thought you fucking rigged the election to get in office with Russia and collusion. So if he throws a big shit fit, then there's really nothing you can say about it because the Democrats do a shit fit how he got in.
No, you're right. I mean, it's a catch-22 no matter what fucking happens. And real quick, by the way, I gotta say, I fucking love this. I love the live podcast. I love the fact that we can see each other and talk. This is we should have done this years ago. This is fucking
I agree.
awesome. We can interact with people, and we can make fun of Michael and his micro penis all night.
He farted again.
He did it.
I did not fart. I moved my foot again.
You are a sick fuck. Where's your girlfriend? Is she in the same room? Does she have to smell that? Where is she at?
She's asleep.
Are you sure? Did you choke her out? We want to know.
Continue, Sean.
Did you choke her out?
No.
Did you gas her? Did you give her chloroform?
No.
No? I mean, you are wearing a wife beater.
God damn it, Michael.
I'm not a Trump supporter.
Oh, that's awesome.
But yeah, I literally, y'all don't understand. 4 years ago, if y'all would have, well, if you go back 4 years in the archives and listen to American Idiots, trust me, I sound a lot different. You would have never thought, and I'm still surprised to this day that I'm going to be voting for a Democrat, but it's something that needs to happen. With that being said, 4 years ago, I didn't vote for Trump either. Full disclosure, I voted for Gary Johnson.
Really?
But yes,
Gary
absolutely.
Johnson.
Oh shit! What now?
No. I'm just saying. I mean, Brad voted for Trump. I voted for Hillary. You voted for Gary Johnson. Fart zone.
Yes,
Look
I
at
did
that.
vote for Gary.
Okay. Well, you know, a lot of people were surprised that I didn't vote for the Green Party candidate.
I'm putting this I'm saving this picture for every time he does it.
Yes, do that.
Here is something that I want to say. Though. Can we just absolutely stop each other, though? If somebody wants to vote for one of the third party, because I guess there is some third party candidate out there, can we stop motherfuckers from saying, oh, it's your fault Trump won re-election, or, oh, it's your fault Biden won?
But there's truth in that.
Here's the thing, though. You know, Trump won because so many motherfuckers didn't want to vote for Hillary. And that's sad because, again, we live in a misogynist society, okay? I have talked to so many people over the last 3.5 years that basically told me I wasn't going to vote for that bitch. And I hate the fact that they said that to me, you know? I'm just like, oh, shit, really? You hated her that much? And they've told me, and this is white men, black women, white women, a woman doesn't need to be the president. Over and over and over again. I've heard this over the last 3.5 years, and I was just fucking blown away by that. You know, women hate women in this country. Men hate women in this country. It's just the way it is, and that sucks. And we have to change that perception. We have to try to get people to understand. Women should be running the fucking place.
I know that there's a big knock on women being president from some of the people that I've talked to because of the emotional side, the sensitivity side of it, and how they would react to certain situations. I'm not saying that's how I believe in it whatsoever. I personally, though, did not think that Hillary Clinton was qualified enough to be the fucking president of the United States. And besides all that, having grown up in Arkansas since 1978 and having been cognizant of political relevance in that time period that he was governor of the state of Arkansas and having personal ties inside the Clinton machine, and it's rumor and innuendo, but it's still the same. It is very coincidental that certain shit does happen. I could not, with a clear conscience, vote for a fucking Clinton. Michael Freeman said, "What's up, y'all?" I don't even know who Michael Freeman is, but what's up?
Who is that? Michael Freeman? Whose friend is that?
I don't know, but I scroll. What's up?
Hey, man.
Get on the fucking comment section. Ask a question. We'll answer it. It could be what's in the bottom of a Mountain Dew bottle. I don't give a shit. We'll answer it. Does Michael have
talk to it?
Yes. Michael's penis, and I've seen it, unfortunately, it looks like a grub worm wearing a turtleneck.
Why have you seen Michael's penis? Oh, Dana.
Okay. All right, Michael, welcome to the party. The beer's down there. Stay out of this section over here. It's the weirdo section, the wife beater weirdos. That's Michael's new fan club, Sean. I'm starting that right now.
Michael's new fan club loves his pain. What?
No, look, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I mean, keep talking. I mean, man.
Anyway, Sean, with that being said, I heard you say something about the reason why people didn't vote for Hillary. I'll tell you why I didn't vote for Hillary. Didn't vote for Hillary the same reason why I didn't vote for Obama. I had fundamental disagreements with the way that she believed. With that being said, that's the problem with America today, I believe.
Hey, we got a question. We have a question.
We do?
Bam.
Douchison. I'm not going to vote for. Well, I can vote for him again, but I think she's completely.
I'm not.
I really don't know what to think about.
I was a lifelong Republican. Hold on. I was a lifelong Republican up until the 2000 election, and I really started wavering. I started looking into everything that I believed. I did a whole lot of research, and I did a complete 180. As far as Hutchison goes, Asa, he's a Republican. I don't like the guy. I don't like pro-life politics. I don't like pro-religious politics. I don't like pro-trickle-down Reaganomic bullshit. I'm a leftist. So, and
Sean,
you know, and even Biden's not leftist enough for me.
I think that kind of goes into my point, though. These days, people can't separate the politician from the human being, kind of like Obama. I love Obama as a human being. We had disagreements when it came to political situations. Obama was a fucking fantastic human being, but I didn't agree with his policies. I don't think people can separate the two anymore, and that's the problem and the great division I think we're getting in this country. Maybe you'll disagree with me, Brad, Sean.
Here's my thought process. My thought process is this. It's plain and simple. Political parties are bullshit. Okay? Democrats, Republicans is bullshit. Because here's the conspiracy theory coming out in me. And it's that it's I call it Hitlerism. It's the divide and conquer theory to me. The best way to fucking stay in power is to have one group of your constituents fighting another group of your constituents. That's the way that they stay in power, because as a whole, this coming together right here works. We saw that in the protest movement in the initial stages. And then I think that's why you have these extremist groups that come in and they divide and they create tension and they get the cops coming out fucking gassing people and shit like that to do crowd control, because they want people to, they don't want this. Okay? They don't want this. They want you to fucking hate me and to hate you and to hate Sean and to hate him and KT and Ray and Steve-O and whoever the fuck else. They want everybody to fight each other, because when we're fighting each other, we're not fighting the common cause. And if that's a conspiracy, give me my here we go. But that's my theory.
I mean, Sean, do you think that the problem with the division in this country is that they can't separate the politician from the human being, or do you think it's something else?
I think in America, we do not put enough emphasis on education. We have our public schools, you know, K through 12, but after that, you know, I mean, you can listen to Rush Limbaugh, Michael Savage, any of the conservative pundits that are out there, watch Fox News. They'll tell you that the colleges will turn your children against conservative ideals. Why is that? Because in college, they teach you to fucking think for yourself. They teach you to question everything. Anybody that's been to fucking college at all knows this for a fact. You don't have to go to class. You don't have to listen to shit. They'll fail you the fuck out. But you go and you learn and you talk to your professors, you talk to these people, and you put up your essays and you discuss subjects, and you actually learn. You learn what the fuck is actually happening in the world. And that's what conservatives don't fucking want. That's why there aren't any free state colleges, because they want to dumb down America. Now, I listen to Rush Limbaugh. I listen to Michael Savage. They accuse the left of doing the same thing, and it's bullshit. Okay? The more educated a populace is, the better that populace is. Look at Sweden. Look at Norway. Look at Switzerland. Okay? These are the greatest countries as far as happiness goes in the world. Okay? They take care of their citizens. They have universal health care. They're not out there trying to start wars with everybody. They have free trade, right? They have socialism, but they also have free trade. They take the best of everything and they mix it all together and they do really good things. And their people are fucking happy. And they don't have to worry about a bunch of bullshit. Why aren't we following that example? Because we think we're number one. Guess what? We're fucking not number one. We treat our citizens like shit. We have the most people in prison in this fucking country. More than China. How the fuck is that possible? I mean, seriously. America is not great, and it really never has been great except for white people. Okay? It needs to be great for everybody. Unfortunately, for the white supremacists in this country, right, there are minorities. There are brown people and black people and yellow people. There are women. Well, guess what? They all have the same fucking rights as everybody else. And we need to fucking make sure that fucking happens. Everyone is genetically the fucking same. We're the same species. We have to stop talking about race and all the bullshit. We have to get on the same page and say we're the human fucking race. And you know what? Fuck all this political bullshit. We need to go to the stars and find a new world before we destroy this one. I'm done. I'm done ranting.
I mean, I can't even follow that up. This may be a good time to stop. One thing I want to say before
to answer that question, this comes from the New York Times. It says, when asked to select America's greatest year, Trump supporters offered a wide range of answers with no distinct pattern. The most popular choice was the year 2000, but 1955, 1960, 70, and 85 were also popular, while more than 2% of Trump supporters picked 2015 when Trump's campaign began. Now, if you look, America's greatest year, according to all Americans, including history buffs, they are saying right around 2000, in the late 90s, 2000. According to Republicans, it was 2000. I'm just reading this. According to Democrats, it was 2000. And interestingly enough, 2016. Well, hell, here's what I'm going to do. Just I can. Shit. Hold on. I'm going to put this up here because I can, and we can fucking do that.
Both sides are 2000.
Here.
And I'm sure for two different reasons. The end of the Clinton administration and the beginning of the Bush administration.
Here. It's up there.
Pre 9/11, things like that. But that's actually interesting that 2000 was America's greatest year.
Healthcare is shit here. I will agree with that. But there's the poll right there. Hold on. I'll go show you this. Here is the Republican. According to the Republicans, it was the 50s and the Reagan years. And according to the Democrats, it was the 1990s and today. Now, this poll was released in 2016 by the New York Times, so this is 4 years old, but still interesting.
It is. I mean, both said that America was greatest in 2000. Once again, like I said, probably for two totally separate reasons. End of the Clinton administration, beginning of the Bush administration for the Republicans, but interesting that, according to a lot of America peaked into 20 years ago.
And Trump's never said to define "Make America Great Again." So I mean, he's never said, "Well, this year." So who fucking knows? But
well, I mean, the man who was elected president in that year currently admonishes him every chance he gets. So I don't think Trump means too.
But here's what I will say, and I know that the guy has gotten in a lot of trouble for being whipping his penis out in front of people. But Louis C.K. had a comedy bit one time, and he was talking about time machines, and he said that, and he made a good fucking point that a lot of people would agree with. It's fucking true. Like, and he said it. He said if a black male can't get in a time machine and go back into the future, it'd be fucked. He said now. He said, now, a white person could go back whenever they wanted to and be like, hey, what's up, fuckers? He said, but now in the future, he said, if you're white, don't go in the goddamn future.
Now listen to this really quick. Doctor Who is a television show about a time traveler, okay? And it's been on the air for over 50 years. Every single character of Doctor Who has been a white man, okay? The last incarnation was a white woman. Now, they've hinted at the fact that they might do a black woman, but there's a problem with that because you can only go back so far. You might be able to go back to the 60s, maybe even the 50s, but you couldn't have a black man or a woman go much further in the past to that point because they'll get lynched or killed or even worse. Being killed quickly would be, I guess, a blessing to some people, but, there's no telling what could happen to a black time traveler. They couldn't go back so far. Now, if you skip past all the bullshit and went back to, antiquity, maybe you could have some, freedom or whatever. But yeah, Louis C.K. made a great point about that. As soon as they showed up somewhere, somebody'd be like, hey, get over here and pick my cotton or whatever. There wouldn't be no, hey, how are you doing? It'd be like, how'd this guy get free? It'd be pretty awkward.
I want to bring up something, and now that we're in bonus content, I do want to bring up something. I don't know. This whole monument shit to me it's weird.
What?
This whole monument shit to me. Like, I want to bring up something just like a PSA. Whoever the group was that tore down the Ulysses S. Grant monument, you're fucking idiots. Because I want to tell you that Grant actually defeated the Confederacy.
Yeah, Grant was for the Union. He was a president.
Yeah, they tore the shit down. And
really?
Yeah, they tore the shit down somewhere. I forget where it was originally. He gave the slave that he was actually given, he gave the slave back to freedom, and they tore the fucking monument down.
They did.
Just like the MacArthur monuments over there here in Little Rock. Like, they took them down. To me, the worst thing you could ever do is erase history. Because if you don't remember the history, you're doomed to repeat it. I'm sorry.
Are they erasing history, or because nobody's keeping it out of the textbooks? Nobody's doing what Germany's doing. Nobody's completely ignoring the time period. We're just saying that there shouldn't be a monument, or if you want to go biblical, an idol erected to these Confederate generals.
Well, but here's the point. Then take every fucking statue that ever exists out of existence.
I mean, okay, so Sherman. Let's take General Sherman, for example. A hero to the Union, but yet he came here and he salted the fields. He burned down homes. His soldiers raped and pillaged all throughout the South. The South has a lot of hatred towards Sherman and the North because of that. I mean, Sherman was going to burn it all. He did not give a shit. Okay? I mean, I remember hearing about that when I was a kid. My wife's family talks about that, Sherman was a bastard. He was a piece of shit. But he fucking did what he had to do to win a fucking war. That's what fucking soldiers do. you know? Now, if someone wanted to put up a fucking statue of Sherman, I would have a lot of issues with that. Okay? They murdered people. They raped women. They did things in the South that aren't acceptable. Even though it was a part of war back then, I don't want to see anything, giving honor to Sherman for what he did to win the war. He's like that dude in The Patriot, that movie, that British guy. You know who I'm talking about. The one that fights Mel Gibson at the end of the film. He was going to do whatever it takes to win the fucking war. That was Sherman. Some things you just can't excuse. Some things you don't want to do.
Well, and I guess my thought process is, number one,
Gentlemen, I got to get out of here. I got to go to bed before work tomorrow. I will see you guys. I will talk to you guys later. Be good.
You're leaving?
I got to hop out of here. I got to get ready for work in the morning.
Did you actually stink yourself out of the room finally?
I got to go to sleep. You'll be good.
You don't have to go to sleep. It's only midnight. Oh, he fucking left us. Yeah, let's talk about him. Let's talk about micro penis.
Yes. But Sean, you're right, though. We should have done this a long time ago. We really should have.
We really should have. This is actually fun. I like this venue a lot more. I think that we actually have, better conversations. We can actually see each other and we can actually communicate better. We don't cut each other off as much as we used to.
No.
Yeah, we definitely have to keep this going from week to week. And, I do apologize if I ranted too much, if I got a little too serious about it. I know we try to make this more lighthearted. But, hey, aren't we going to do the Dark Persuasion soon?
Yeah, we're actually going to do that. And that's what I guess we'll talk about that before we do get off here. But yeah, I wanted people to understand that now we do the American Idiots, and it is a political, social, pop culture type show. And unfortunately, 2020 has been that polarizing year that you have to talk. We want to stay relevant to the situations and things that are going on. And so sometimes you can't really be lighthearted about what's going on. But now, for anybody that's listening, I still have 2 eyes. We have 4 likes on the page. Obviously, we started a little later tonight. We usually get started around 8:00. Sean, I haven't figured out when we're going to do it, but I think we're doing this. Fuck it. We're doing this right here on the Dark Persuasions page. And then we'll put it on YouTube, on a Dark Persuasion YouTube page as well. But what I would like to do, and it's not a knock on anybody, but what I would really like to do is let's, the Dark Persuasion portion, or not portion, but the Dark Persuasion show, of course, is modeled after Coast to Coast AM. It's not going to be about shadow people or, we may talk near-death experience if we can find someone to speak to, but, and definitely we're going to cover a wide range, but we're going to do a lot of true crime shit. We're going to, but hey, Sean, go ahead and give the what you were talking about, and go to the Facebook page, people, Dark Persuasion podcast. We just created that page, and like that page, we're going to be posting on there, and we'll be doing the live show from there. But
right, so Dark Persuasion, from what we've talked about and everything, it's going to be more like Coast to Coast AM. If you guys remember that with George Norrie,
Art Bell, first of all,
and yes, Art Bell and George Norrie. Both Brad and I were fans of this show. It came on late at night, and they would talk about paranormal and all sorts of crazy stuff all over the United States. But we want to talk about, this type of stuff, and we also want to talk about legal cases, and we want to talk about things that people just don't talk about. We've discussed the West Memphis 3 and different things like that. We definitely want to get into, ideas that aren't as popular with other people. We want to talk about different.
I think what we also too, Sean, in saying that is we want to also. So if you believe that Damien Eccles, Jesse Miss Kelly, and Jason Baldwin are guilty, we're not gonna knock you for that. In fact, I think, Sean, we were come to the agreement that we're going to do a 5-part series on the West Memphis 3 to start the show because we're familiar with it. And we're going to examine the Mr. Bojangles, and we're going to give you, that's not going to be that long of a show because there's not a whole lot on that. But there's a 132-page affidavit filed in court over Terry Hobbs. When we talk about Terry Hobbs as a potential suspect, we're going to talk about things that make him look guilty, but we also want to give you what makes him look innocent and let you decide for yourself. We're going to talk about the West Memphis Three. We're going to talk about what makes them look innocent, but we're also going to examine the evidence and tell you what makes them look guilty. And let you decide. There was like a list of 5 suspects on that thing that I showed you that we'd like to just kind of glance over and go into detail, And I think the first show that we're going to do is going to be on Terry Hobbs because there was an interesting affidavit filed in 2013, 2014 that is very plausible. And Sean, if I can find it again, there's a huge timeline that chronicles everything in order and gives you the whole Terry Hobbs, J Mag's bar that's no longer in Memphis, but there's the homosexual side, the bisexual side of Terry Hobbs that they talk about. Right. And David Jacoby and Hollingsworth and those and the other one. And we want to talk about that because I don't think a lot of people have talked about that. And I mean, look, I've had the pleasure of being on an interview with Terry Hobbs. It was a controlled interview because Lisa O'Brien and Michael wanted to keep him on. And you have to be respectful of guys like that or they're just going to hang up on you. So you can't really grill them. But, so I had to ask some pretty tame questions that didn't really offend him because he was promoting his book. But, there's a lot of stuff we're going to talk about. Hey, one of the topics we could talk about, Sean, is Dan Stidham is writing a book that's coming out this year, and it's going to be everything that he experienced while defending Jesse Miskelly. And I can't wait to actually read that because it's going to be interesting.
And that's another thing about Dark Persuasion too. We will talk about conspiracy theories, even though I'm more of a skeptic than most people. I think we should investigate those things. I think we should look at both sides of everything, weigh the evidence, and then make our decision. Kennedy, right. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm just saying, Kennedy, 9/11.
Right.
One of the things we can talk about is the so-called Clinton body count.
Right. Ghost stories. We could talk about all the haunted places here in Arkansas. The Gurdon Lights, all sorts of different things.
Actually, I'm glad you said that, Sean, because there's a lady I've actually interviewed her when I was doing Behind the Curtain. She wrote a book and she does ghost tours in Little Rock. It's called Haunted Little Rock. And she wrote a book that I actually bought before she came on the show. Dina Hogues had been there. Oh, so you've been there. So yeah. So she's been there. Is that the Garden Lights? And my grandmother, rest her soul, passed away in 2015. She was born in Garden. I've never seen the Garden Lights, but I've heard they're fucking creepy. There's Woodson Lateral. I mean, Sean, we have the ability to go live at fucking haunted places, people. Sean, I think you weren't on the show at the time, but I actually was talking to a guy in Russellville about doing a live show from a ghost hunt with River Valley Paranormal Society.
Right.
So there's a lot of, and look, feel free to go on the Dark Persuasions podcast page. Now, Deanna said, I have seen it. Do I believe in ghosts? Absolutely not.
I'm a total skeptic. I don't believe in an afterlife. I don't believe in ghosts. Like I said, we can balance this out. You have more belief and I don't. And I think that's a good thing because, we can actually look at this from a reasonable point of view with all the evidence that's out there. You see what I'm saying? Right. And that's what I want to do. I want to go to the Garden Lights. I want to actually film it live and I want to see if we see something. And you know what? I'll run all the way down the goddamn tracks until I fucking find the Garden Light. That'll be fun. I think that would be really cool.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think they've actually gotten rid of that area, though. I think.
Oh, did they?
I think so. I don't know that to be a fact. Somebody.
Yeah.
But here's what I would encourage people: the tracks are no longer there. So yeah, that's what I thought. But in all legit honesty, okay, just as example conversation, Sean is a skeptic. I personally believe in ghosts because I believe that there is a spirit in each one of us. There's an individuality in every one of us. Right. Because scientifically, from my simple-minded perspective, I guess, is that we're all the same. We have the same functioning body parts. Now, some of them work and some of them don't. Some neurons fire, some don't in certain people. But I think that there has to be something inside us internally that makes us unique, makes us different, because animalistically, none of us think the same to a degree. We all have variances in our morality. And so I think that even if you don't believe in an afterlife, I do. I'm a very religious individual, and I believe that there is that part of us that the soul leaves the body, and this is just a vessel that carries your uniqueness in you, my uniqueness in me, and I think that we come out of there. And I believe that we. She disagrees. I do not believe in people having souls. What makes a difference is blueprints in our DNA from our ancestors. I don't know. That's a good point, but I don't know. I just don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Over 1 billion people in this world believe in religions. Okay, over 1 billion. There's 7 billion people in the world. So let's say 2 billion people believe in religions. They believe in ghosts. They believe in gods. They believe in miracles. All sorts of things. Okay, and I don't. I don't believe in any of that stuff, but I want to see it. I want to see the evidence.
Right, so I've got a question for you. Okay, here's one I really do, and goddamn, we're using good content for American idiots here. But who cares?
Right.
It's a sample, fuckers.
I'm having fun, man. Yeah.
Actually, and Dark Persuasions, we won't use a lot of cuss words. It'll be more of I'm hoping to be more of a family show.
That's true. I do cuss a lot. I'm a motherfucker on this show.
Yes. But I can guarantee you that Dark Persuasions we will make it.
It'll be more like coast to coast. Yeah.
Yeah. But here's Indiana, I don't know if there's a lot of belief that you have to have in spiritual, but I don't believe in coincidence either, though, to a degree. And here's an interesting thing, okay? And Sean, I want you legit. There's things I can't prove, but it's really weird how they came together. And here's 2 examples. Number one, my grandmother was a very religious person, loved everybody, would give their fucking shirt off her back for anybody that she could.
And that's beautiful.
She passed away March 5th, I think, of 2015. Yes. One night around 11 o'clock, it had been a couple of weeks after she had passed, and I was in the neighborhood because my mom and dad live in the same general vicinity that she did. Okay. And one night, I swear, dude, this is what kills me. Her favorite song was that religious song. Golly, I don't even remember it now. It's Promise or something.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God. I'll have to Google it. But anyway, I was just flipping through satellite radio, and I turned it on one of the Christian gospel songs. And no sooner, Sean, than I got in front of her house, the same song and the same artist that she enjoyed listening to started playing. And so I was like, either that's perfect timing or there's something there. And I'm not saying it could be timing. It could be crazy, but another one was on the day that my grandmother passed away, I was having a conversation with my sister in text message, and I was listening to Prime Country because I'm a 90s country fan. Yeah, I was listening to Prime Country. Yeah. My grandmother was pronounced dead at 3:14 p.m. At 3:14 p.m. on that, and I have it on Facebook. It's actually a photograph that I took in the truck. Yeah. My sister was like, my grandmother never got to meet my nephews. She got to meet my cousin Kelly's kids, but she never got to meet my sister's firstborn. He was actually born 2 hours after she passed away, or something like that, or a little while after she passed away. I mean, a couple of weeks. No, I take that back. A month or two. But anyway, my sister texted me and she said, I really wish that grandmother could have seen Lennon. At 3:14, at the time she died, right after my sister sent me that, a Steve Wariner song came on at that exact time called Holes in the Floor of Heaven. And, you know, it basically talks about there's holes in the floor of heaven, and grandma passed away. And I was like, holy shit. Maybe doesn't prove anything to anybody, but it's weird. It was almost like she was talking to me. And I relayed that to my sister, and my sister doesn't believe in religion either. But, you know, and I told her, I said, Amy, you can take it for what it is, but at the same exact time, on the same exact day, right after you asked me that question, and that's the song that came in the rotation to be played, take it for however you want to. And I'm not telling you that's empirical evidence, Dina. I'm just saying that's where my belief system and formulation has come from, is that there's been so many things that have gone on. I could go on with more than that. And maybe that's a show topic that we could have, or strange phenomenon or experiences that you've had that whether you believe in empirical evidence or or the unexplained, you have to kind of go, wow. Right.
And you know, I don't want to disrespect anyone or dispute people's personal experiences, because people do have personal experiences. Hell, I have a couple myself that are really strange. I can't explain scientifically. One was messing with a Ouija board one night. Now, I think the person that was doing the Ouija board with me was bullshitting me. I can't prove it. Okay. But some freaky shit happened. I don't even like talking about it, because it was just like really weird. But one of the things that happened, and I'm going to tell you this story, it's going to give you chills. Okay. Because I don't know why this happened, how it happened. It was such a strange coincidence. At the time, I was a believer, so I used to talk to people about this as proof of my faith. You know, again, I don't believe it anymore. I think it's a weird coincidence. But years ago, when my grandfather died, my grandmother sent me, you know, those obituary cards that they would send you from like the newspapers?
Yes.
That would have the obituary. Okay. So I had an obituary of my grandfather, and on the backside was the 23rd Psalm. Okay. I had that in my Bible, and I had gone to church, and I forgot my Bible that night. Okay. I went back later, and that Bible wasn't there. Somebody had actually stolen my Bible in the church. What the fuck? Why would you steal my fucking Bible? Whatever. A year later, almost a year to the day, some buddies of mine, we've been out drinking all night, been to the strip clubs, and we wake up and we're like, hey, you know what? Let's go get something to eat. This is in Fayetteville, North Carolina, at Fort Bragg. We're going to go down Fayetteville Boulevard. And once we get down there, I'm like, hey, let's go to Wendy's. And everybody's like, no, man, I want Burger King. And I'm like, fuck that. Burger King's on post. We get Burger King any day of the week. They insisted. It was 3-1. We end up going to Burger King. We walk in there, and I'm standing there. I'm getting ready to take my order. And I look down, and I see this little laminated plastic card with the 23rd Psalm on it. I'm like, huh, that's cool. I pick it up, and I twist it over like this. And there was my grandfather's name.
Oh, my God.
It was the obituary card that I lost in a Bible that got stolen out of a church a year before. I freaked out. So I started asking all these people, you know, I'm like, hey, like, who left this here? What's going on? They're like freaking out, because they're like, dude, who's this weird guy? What is he doing? And I was like, okay, fine, whatever. But yeah, that actually happened to me, you know.
I want to ask, I want you to answer this. I know you've been to seminary and all of that.
Yeah.
Is there any explanation that you could give this question that's on the screen right now. If you had to, can you read it? Can you see it?
I don't understand, right? But how does coincidence prove the Christian God exists? Yes. So you want me to read what that says?
No, I'm
Well,
saying
you can't. You. I'm
asking you. I understand your belief system, but if you had your former belief system that you did carry at one time, believing in the Christianity, and somebody posed that question to you, how would you? I honestly, I can't say that I can't tell you how that coincidence proves that the Christian God exists.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't think what happened to you or what happened to me proves anything. You know, personally, I think it's like a really awesome coincidence, and these things happen, right? I mean, Nostradamus was right. What, 20 times out of 10,000 of all the quatrains that he wrote? I mean, it's a numbers game. You know, that's how I look at it. Now, is it a beautiful thing that happened to you? Yeah, man, that is awesome. I'm glad that happened to you, and I'm glad that actually enriches your spiritual experience. You see what I'm saying? I really do appreciate that, because that's a unique experience that you have, that you share with people, and that's beautiful. You know, like the experience that I had. It's weird, it's freaky, and when I tell people, some people are like, "Oh, that's God," and I'm just like, it's a weird coincidence, you know. But I can't believe in such a thing. You know, it's beyond me. And I don't want to, like I said, demean or discredit anybody for what they believe, because some people need religion and some people really love religion. You know, I know beautiful people in my life. Most of the people in my life believe in a God, and I have no issue with them at all. You know what I'm saying? I think that's wonderful.
I mean, I think me and you, for the most part, get along great, and I believe in you.
Right.
But I don't attack you for your non-belief, and I don't try to convert you.
Right.
As a Christian myself, you know, I because I believe in everything. I don't believe in Christianity for the end game results. I don't do it for the reward at all. But I don't use my religion as a basis to inflict my personal beliefs on other people. And I'm not a perfect person by any stretch of the imagination. We've been live for 3 hours and 37 fucking minutes. And if you go back 2 hours ago, I probably violated a ton of fucking things, and I'm doing it now, that I shouldn't be doing and saying. But to answer this question here, though, Sean, right here, I'll pop that on the screen. I don't know if we have this concept of our souls float for billions and trillions of miles, light years to heaven or hell. You know, figuratively speaking, that could be the case, or it could, you know, instantly be, you know, just there may be an alternate universe that we don't know about. I mean, you know, I don't know. You know, and I know that everybody looks to science for the answers, and my issue with science is that, yes, science does definitively prove what people see in front of them, but as far as it goes, we may have this whole time concept completely different. What do you call them, Sean? Damn it. What's that group of people, Sean, that believe the earth is 6,000 years old? There's a group of people, and I don't remember their name.
Intelligent design theorists or creationists.
Okay, you know, like, you know, if you believe in Adam and Eve and all of this, we have no concept of what time was back then. All we know is that the world was created in 7 days. Well, obviously, we attribute our days into a 24-hour time format. We don't know what their days were. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just weird. But I get it. And then it's another good question. What makes the Christian God the God? I'm not saying that maybe the Christian God is what we want to believe he is, but maybe he is Allah, or maybe he is this.
Right.
And in our form, he's the Christian God, but maybe he's omnipotent to everything. And he's a different form than whoever.
Right. And we need to do a show on this just alone, on dark persuasion. We'll just talk about religion. And I think I could explain a lot of what I believe, or lack of belief is, because I was fascinated by this subject for many, many years. I was raised in the Church of Christ. I later became Baptist. I was an ordained minister in the Baptist Southern Convention, and that's official. I actually left that and became a Catholic because I didn't want to have anything to do with church leadership. I just wanted to be, this follower, and I found peace and serenity within Catholicism. But then, there was something about Catholicism that really bothered me, mainly the priests fucking little kids. But religion started to just break down to me, it's like I broke down every single thing that I believed in. And it to me, it all turned out to be bullshit, and then I looked at the Bible, and I looked at Islam, and I looked at the Quran, and I looked at the Torah, the Jewish books. And to me, again, the evidence that I found was that it was all bullshit. Evolutionary studies show that primates actually worship trees. So it seems that religion seems to be something that is evolutionary. It's a part of our DNA. We tend to look to answer questions we don't understand by creating a theology. Okay? The Romans did it. The Greeks did it. Monkeys do it today. They leave little rocks at trees that they love, like a sacrificial thing. If God is real, cool. I'll go to hell, and that's fine, because I don't believe in God. And if I stood before a God, I would be like, hey, what about the Holocaust, fucker? That would be my thing to say to God. What about all those little babies that got raped by grown men? Things like that I have always questioned, that, I just can't get past. If there's an all-loving, all-powerful, omnipotent God, why doesn't it protect the most innocent in the world when it can? So there are really hard questions that I ask that a lot of believers can't answer and refuse to answer. And until they do, I'm going to be the way that I am, or until this God shows up in front of me and says, hey, dude, you know what? I'm going to kick your ass and show you why. Well, please do. Please kick my ass and show me why. Until that day, I'm just not going to believe. I don't knock anybody else for believing. I might make fun of people every now and then, but you know what? I mean, if it brings peace and joy to your life, cool, go do it. But it's those people that really attack me for not wanting to. Yeah, they can go fuck themselves. I just don't want to.
I mean, and Sean, I understand where you can see that, and I don't. The only answer that I had for that could give you for that would be, holy crap. Sorry if I dropped that. Would be that he gave everybody the option to choose. I don't think, my personal belief is, I don't believe that he's out here as like a military force. I don't believe that he's a military force that, he allows people the opportunity to make their own decisions. And it goes without saying that some people make shitty decisions. But I don't know. I mean, it is what it is when it comes to people's personal beliefs and all that. As far as plagiarizing other things, I think plagiarism and beliefs in a lot of it have happened across the board, whether it's religion or anything else. I think that people take certain ideas that they have, whether it's political or religious, and they just mix them all together with whatever particular thing that fits their narrative that they want to push out there.
Right.
Trump could take a picture, just using it as an example, Trump could take a picture with Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson giving them an award and some may view that as him going, oh, he's honored. And then those that don't like him or don't care for him are going to be like, well, he was just doing that to grandstand. So I don't think there's ever going to be the deal. I think that you're going to, God dang, I got the biggest hand in the world in that video. But I just saw that. I'm sorry. But I think that in all honesty, and I don't come from a very educated, background as far as religion goes. I can't quote big words. I can't quote, particular instances. I can just speak from personal experience. I've got tattoos. So there's one right there. If you could see, yeah, right there somewhere. I can't bend my arm that way, and so your body's a temple. I smoked, I drank, I eat Wendy's and McDonald's and shit that's not good for you. And I marked my body with ink. And so have I lived the perfect life? No. Would I go, Sean, you have to believe because that's what I believe. No, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
That's your opinion. I personally, for the end time, if in the end game, I don't want I don't want to have a limited experience knowing you. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know where I'm going because I don't know if I'm not a perfect person, and I don't buy, and I'm not a big firm believer that you can go out, and I don't use religion to go, I'm going to kill 17 million people, but on my deathbed, I'm going to accept Jesus Christ into my heart and it's going to be all forgiven. I think that's a cop-out. I don't believe that. I believe that when you accept that, you have to be genuine in your belief. You have to be genuine in your acceptance of it.
Right.
And, I can't argue science because it's factual, but it's also formulated from the opinion of man. And we don't know it's like the one guy that I saw explain it one time, Sean. He had this big white, black, what do you call it? Dry erase board. Yes. And he drew this little dot in the center of this still. And then he drew this little bitty circle. And then he drew this big, huge circle. And he said, so this is what we know, and this is where we've expanded, but we don't know anything about all this area. And he goes, not saying that science, he said, but there's things that science hasn't figured out yet. Now they figured out a lot.
Right.
But I don't use science as the definitive be-all, end-all to the debate or to my internal belief system. I just don't.
Okay, so down here in the comments, it says Dillahanty's The Atheist Debates. That's a good YouTube channel to watch if you want to know anything about atheists. It gets a little militant at times. And, that's something that people should understand about atheism, too, is like when you walk away from religion, usually first you're really mad, you're angry, you're militant because you feel like you've been lied to all your life. And then you get to a point where you're really sad and you go through a mourning period because this important thing that was a part of your life is no longer important anymore. And there's this big gaping hole and you're like, what the fuck do I do now? But then you come to this peaceful realization that fuck it. It is what it is. And you just start being happy with life. You know why? Because we're all going to fucking die. Every one of us. Nobody can escape it. And that's just what it is. It's all fucking chaos, man. We could be shot by somebody that walks into the Mavco with a gun and blow everybody away, have a heart attack, get cancer, trip down the stairs, break your neck. Doesn't matter. We're all going to fucking die. Memento mori. It's what I live by. It's an ancient philosophy. Marcus Aurelius wrote about it. Okay, he used to pay a man to just walk by him and say, "Memento mori." Remember that you too will die. It kept him humble. This is a philosophy that's older than Christianity, and we can't escape it. It is what it is. If there's an afterlife, cool. If there's not, whatever. Doesn't matter, man. That's how I look at it. I don't care about heaven or any of that shit. I don't want to go there if there is one. I never asked for this life. That's one thing a lot of people ask me about atheism. They're just like, why are you so atheist? Because I never asked for this. It's not something that I ever wanted. If I had the choice, I never would have existed to begin with. So I always felt like throughout my life, even when I was a believer, I got the shaft because I didn't get a choice about this shit. But what's really cool,
when you say choice about, I mean, explain that one. Just
when you look at Mormonism, for example, Mormons believe that God, Elohim, actually taught to each spirit before they came to Earth and said, hey, would you like to go down there and go through the process of what I went through? And most people go, yeah, I would like to do that. I would like to experience your life. And so they're born, and then they become, what they are. Again, that's Mormonism. Not hardly any other religion believes that shit. But, I always felt that it was unfair having, lived the life that I did, that I never had a choice. I mean, why would I want to live into a world where children are raped and murdered, where people starve to death in Africa? Why? Why would I want to bring children into this world that might suffer and die horrible things? And, it could happen to anybody. People get cancer. That's fucking terrible. I just had an aunt recently that just died of cancer. Fucking horrible. Why would I want that? Why do I even want to experience any of that? But then again, what I was going to say just before you said what you did is that how fucking lucky that I am that I even exist. 1 out of 7 billion chance that I actually exist. In this time period, I get to witness everything that actually happens in this world. My great-grandmother saw horse and carriages go to the space shuttle. That's fucking cool, dude. Right? I might get to see people go live on Mars. And if I do, that would be fucking amazing.
Here's the cool part about that, though, Sean, like you were talking, but, my grandmother never talked about it, but I was dating a girl that grandmother was born in, like literally she talked about growing up in Missouri, and they would go to the town square and they would dump rotten vegetables in the town square for the people to pillage through to receive food. She was talking about the Great Depression.
Right.
Okay. And she said, this is a cool, and like me and you, Sean, have our own experience with new stuff because
right.
I'll come back with that. But, she talked about a man coming by her home and he said, she let him in and he goes, I want to sell you something. And
right.
they're like, what? He's like, I'm going to sell you this box. And on this box, you're going to see a picture and you're going to see, and it's going to talk. And it's called the fucking television. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? But like, look, this right here, this is ours. This is our television. Who would have thought 20 years ago when my dad had a bag phone in his car that this right here, I mean, that's my dog, by the way.
Right. Right.
That we could watch videos on our phone. That
right.
Dial-up internet was the thing. Bulletin board systems.
Like this has a phone. This has a calculator. This has music. This has a camera. This has a video camera. This has everything that it's right there. Look how small this thing is. And it has more processing power than the computers that sent Apollo 11 to the moon. Right? Mm-hmm. It's amazing. All the knowledge of mankind is right there in my hand. All of it. I just have to fucking push a button, ask a question, and it'll give me the answer. If I believe it. Might be fake news. But, I mean,
Sean, I don't know if you remember back in the early 90s, they had what was called bulletin board systems. And you had a modem. Most people had a 9600 baud modem or a 14.4 modem. And you had software like Wildcat or Spitfire, and you would do ANSI graphics. And I'm a Photoshop guy, so I deal with high definition vector graphics. But you would do like ANSI graphics, and you had what they called doors, which were games, that interactive games people play. One person, so you had a telephone line, and you'd get on your computer and you go, and you had a special software that would dial in. You dial the telephone number, it would connect to the bulletin board system. You'd log in. You had mail that you could write other users, and then it progressed to multi-line BBSs. Then it got to Telenet, where you could call a certain bulletin board, and then you could Telenet over to a bulletin board in Florida or Orlando, wherever. And then the invention of the internet came. Well, actually, not the invention of the internet, but the commercialization of the internet, because as we all know, the internet was a form of communication for the military back in the day. You know, just like Facebook started as a group at a college, was it not? Am I wrong? Facebook was actually from a college, and it commercialized into what it is today. And so I would say the cell phone and the internet are the two things that I personally got to witness. That, you know, my uncle has been a telephone guy for 40 years. He told me that when the 300 baud modem came out, that he would have never ever conceived the idea of being able to instantly get on the internet and be associated with information at the speeds that it is now. Right. And so if anybody's watching this, we've kind of gotten away from our American Idiots. This is more like what we're going to do on Dark Persuasions. But it's fun to talk about. And it's been a kind of a cool little thing, you know? I mean, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about all kinds of subjects. And if you have a subject you want us to talk about, hit us up in a DM. Is that what they call them? Direct message? I didn't even know that till today. But message Sean or message myself, or go to Dark Persuasions and type in a topic. We'll cover it. It can be anything. If you want to talk about shadow people, we'll talk about it. If you want to talk about, we may have a show where we talk about your most haunted moments, or your experiences, you know. And I can't really say that, you know, as we were talking about religion, like I said, I got a ton of coincidences. I've got a ton.
No,
you know,
man, I think we should talk about UFOs, the pyramids, Atlantis, you know, conspiracy theories, JFK, 9/11, all sorts of crazy stuff. You know, the West Memphis 3. We can do, you know, like our other show on Talk Radio 49, Clear and Convincing. We can show other sides of the evidence that way. I mean, all sorts. Let's just have fun with it.
Look, I know that there's been a difference between me and the host of Clear and Convincing, Lisa O'Brien. But I'm not going to knock her show. People are interested. She goes by the court's opinion of the court, not the court of public opinion. And it's a good show. If you want to listen to it, listen to it. It's very informative, and she's very intelligent. Do I agree with her? No, not all the time. But at the same time, you know, I think there needs to be that out there, like the Vince Foster murder, the Mina connection, all that shit that we can talk about. And it doesn't have to we're not Alex Jones. We're not going to sell you hydrochlor, the shit that was. I mean, we're not going to out here pimping light bulbs up your ass and Lysol injections. But, you know, at the same time, I think there's things to be covered. And I think that people cover them, but they don't cover them the correct way. I think that you have to have an open mind when you talk about them. And you have to present, okay, if I told you that 4 hijackers hijacked a plane and it was a dummy plane and all the people were taken out of the plane and put on this island and their cell phone was cut off, then I have to give you the logic behind why that couldn't be plausible.
Right.
You know, and that's what I do. I mean, when I examine a conspiracy theory, I watched a ton of documentaries, and I understand that, like, okay, West Memphis 3, Paradise Lost is so biased. West of Memphis is biased. I know that they leave information out. The Making of a Murderer was biased. But what's interesting to me about documentaries like that is an ex-girlfriend of mine she's very deeply rooted in religion, and she's very sensible, and she has a job that you know what I'm saying is not, you know, whatever. But what I'm saying is, when she tells me that she doesn't believe the West Memphis 3 did it, or my aunt, who is one of those people that I would have thought instantly would have believed the West Memphis 3 did it, when she tells me they got railroaded, I go, Whew. Well, I better look into this a little bit further, because if they, everybody knows me. I'm the first one to raise a conspiracy flag. But
Right.
there's people that you go, holy shit, they just raised a conspiracy flag. My mind is like, poof.
Yeah. I mean, when God, what was that? That documentary film Loose Change came out. That was about 12, 13 years ago. Somebody showed it to me on YouTube or whatever the fuck it was. I don't even remember. And I watched that shit and I was like, oh, holy shit. And then I looked at that. But then I read the 9/11 Commission report and I was like, there are real scientists working on this thing and they're discrediting all of this bullshit that's on Loose Change, So that's what made me not believe in the whole, 9/11 truther conspiracy. I mean, there are just too many people that would have to be involved, and nobody's fucking said a word. Yeah,
Well,
and George W. Bush isn't that fucking evil. Cheney might be, but Bush isn't.
Well, and that's where I think that Loose Change went a little overboard, but at the same time, it really is. It interests me that you have George. But see, here's where I differ in opinion, and the fact, God dang, like I said, you're getting a sample here. But like if we were talking about 9/11, my counter argument to that would be is the whole presence of the article that came out about and I forget what it is, but it said the only way to have government reform and change is to create another Pearl Harbor. Right?
I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the interesting thing is that the side of the Pentagon that was hit had just recently finished construction on being able to withstand a 757. That's proven fact. And then also, right before the Pentagon was hit, the Records building was the side that got hit that contained the defense budget. Almost $2 billion in defense funds were unaccounted for, and those records were destroyed. And then you have the most filmed building in the fucking country. And we have 5 video clips of a white flash going through the building that doesn't look like a plane. I mean, I think you personally have to keep an open mind. You can't just feed what you're being told. You actually have to go and investigate. And, I've always been taught that where there's smoke, there's fire.
Right.
That's always been my philosophy on things. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And it's one of those situations that there's way too much that tells me. I guess my philosophy on it is that I don't think George Bush orchestrated 9/11. I think George Bush allowed 9/11 to happen. I think, but here's why. Because, and here's the reason, it may be a stretch, but George Bush was always very, very pissed off that Saddam Hussein tried to kill his father. And I think that George Bush was looking for a reason to go into Iraq again. And what was his gateway to Iraq? We went to Afghanistan, and then we started talking about weapons of mass destruction, and then that's where we started going into the Iraqis were supplying this shit. And he was able to go in there, and the country was unified behind the killing and the war against the terrorists, the Muslims, the Afghanis. And let's be honest, the Taliban's a shitty organization. Al-Qaeda's a shitty organization. They believe in murder, and if you're gay, they hang your ass from a rafter or whatever. No. I mean, there's a lot of information out there that just you have to go, And what's the easiest way, Sean? What's the easiest way to convince you something's not what it is?
Well, I mean, try to discredit it. Try to put it out there. And say it's
a
conspiracy. Yeah.
And people go, well, that's just so fucking obvious that it can't be real.
But you got to look at how many people would have been involved in bringing down, the World Trade Center towers and how many people would have been involved in shutting down the entire country to allow that to happen? How many people would have been lax in their fucking, security that day to allow all those people? I mean, you're talking about thousands of people, and not one person has ever slipped the tongue. Not one. I mean, I'm sorry. You got a secret. You got to tell that shit to somebody, right?
Maybe not, though. I mean, let's be honest. There is that reported, and it's factual. I think they've proven it factual that 2 weeks before 9/11, a crew came in and they were making repairs to the building, and on the day of 9/11, several employees, several office people were told not to come in. Plus, you have to remember what was stored underneath the World Trade Center. A lot of people don't know that, but there was bullion and stuff underneath the World Trade Center. And then an hour later, or several hours later, World Trade Center 7 collapses. I mean, it just.
Yeah, and the guy that owned the trade centers, there's the whole thing about the insurance policy that he had on the buildings. He signed the day before they collapsed. And then there's the whole thing about, all the funds that went missing, that the records were kept in World Trade Center 7. I mean, there's so many different, holes and plot holes and rabbit holes to fall down into. I just think it's too much.
Well,
It's like JFK. Did dude shoot him by himself, or was there a conspiracy with 2 or 3 shooters? I mean, honestly, I don't think we'll ever know. Not in our lifetime. But it's cool to talk about it.
But I think that's the one thing they've done with 9/11. I think they flooded so many. It's like they threw a ton of straws. I call it the spaghetti effect. They grabbed a handful of noodles and they threw the shit against the wall, and a lot of them stuck because there was plausible evidence. There was plausibility to it. But I think you have to take them. I think you have to decipher through a ton of weeds and trees to get to the clearing in the forest to figure out where you're at. Did the guy sign an insurance policy? Who knows? Did they send a group of guys in there? I just know this is that I've seen a lot of controlled explosions, and it's crazy how they resembled each other. The building fell directly down. You would think a 110-foot building that had been pierced by a 757 would have toppled over, and there would have been structural, damage to the top, but that some of the building would have kept standing.
Right?
So, but this is great. I mean, I actually, Sean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought to myself, I was like, can me and Sean make a show like that work? Because I know you're rooted in a lot of science, and I know that you don't have a belief in, and you're a skeptic, but that may be the fucking dynamic.
Right.
That may be the dynamic.
Right. I mean, I think we balance each other out, right? And that, I might see something in a perspective that you see and go, oh, wow, that is bullshit. Or you might see something that I'm like, fuck, I can't explain that, man. I really got to look into that. It's kind of like Dana Scully and Fox Mulder on the X-Files.
Yes, good call, by the way.
Yeah. In fact, I would call this the X-Files, if I could. Maybe Generation X-Files. I don't know. I like Dark Persuasion, though.
Actually, Sean came up with Dark Persuasions, or it may have been your lovely bride that came up with it, because I don't think me and you are intelligent enough to do that shit.
That's true.
But, I mean, and I think it's going to be a fun show. I don't know when we planned on doing it, but, I don't know. It's just like, it's just crazy, all the things out there. I mean, do we have a topic? And by the way, I do want to thank Dina for commenting tonight. We appreciate everybody listening. And I think the premise of American Idiots is you have Sean, who is a leftist. You have Michael, who's a who the fuck knowsist, and I'm gonna be a rightist, but I'm not alt-right for damn sure, but I'm also gonna be in the middle, because I do like to get a lot of information. But yeah, we'll have topic on religion and things of that nature, and talk about it, and we'll talk about certain things that hey, Deanna, anytime we do this 8:00 on Monday nights. We also have a YouTube channel that this video goes to.
Right. Yeah, we've gone like way over the show, like 2 hours over what we would usually do.
Yeah, we usually cut this off at 10:00, but
right.
I mean, it's good. Yeah, of course, this last hour and so it's been kind of a deal, but we have Dark Persuasions, and we're going to do that. We're going to talk about it, like subjects. So yeah, go to Dark Persuasions. If you have any topic you want to talk about, we'll do it. I can't remember what date we said we were going to do that on.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll do that. And it may just be a random, hey, let's do it,
Right.
I know that we have a potential sponsor for that show. I think the intro music was going to be cool. I think it's going to be cool. That's if Michael doesn't fuck it up. Is Michael going to be a part of the show? Probably not, huh?
That's up to him, honestly. I mean, if he wanted to come on and guess
Hey,
some,
check this out, Sean.
yeah. If he doesn't want to be, I mean, I would leave it up to him. I enjoy having Michael on the show because he brings a different perspective than what you and I have, and he's goofy as fuck, and he likes to fart on air, which I think is hilarious. Nice. Yeah. We need to have a whole cult following like that.
Yes. Thank you, Dan.
Right.
Hey, Deanna, call in, or, when we're not, hold on. Let's see here. I think you can have a lot of dead air on live video and it doesn't fuck you up. That right there is the number that from 8 to 10, if you want to call in and discuss anything on the show, feel free. Or if you want to be a part of the video show, just say, hey, I want to be on the fucking video show, and I'll send you the link and you can join in and be a part of the conversation. The more the merrier on the American Idiots. And we've met some cool people, Sean, on this show. Bill Allen was one.
Right. Bill Allen
Yes,
is
she's
really
invited
cool.
a ton of people to like the page.
Right.
I love that. Thank you so much. Honestly, I know that me and you probably don't have the same ideological viewpoints or political viewpoints.
Right.
But hey, that's what we do. I'm accepting of everybody. I don't give a shit. I mean, you're probably not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change yours. But you know what? We have a dialogue, a conversation, and that's all that matters. Because we had that one show, Sean, we had so many ideas for this. It was, what was it? Bowling for Common Ground, if you remember that. Enter the Mustache, which was a great, I love that. For real.
You remember that? We used to do that before we were American Idiots. We did the Enter the Mustache show, and it was like a mustache emblem. I mean, Brad and I have been doing this for, goddamn, 6-7 years now?
Yeah.
On and off. Yeah. And then, we did the American Idiots, and that ran for a while. And then we brought Lisa on.
Yeah,
and Lisa.
The American Idiots was very political, and we agreed for a while, and then we started clashing, and we didn't really want to do a whole lot of, fighting. So we tried to make it lighthearted, and we try to give people something different. I mean, I know there's so much shit out there. You got Jericho Green doing his little 20-minute drives, very conservative black male. You got, another one that got accused of sexual assault, Chris D'Elia. Have you ever seen him, Sean?
Who?
Chris D'Elia.
No.
His dad's a famous actor, and he does a podcast. He's been accused of sexual deal, and his career is probably screwed now. He's funny. He's a comedian. But it's out there. But yeah, this show was Enter the Mustache, Bowling for Common Ground. I think another one we tried. because you remember when we first started on Blog Talk, there was that alt-right group and that Polita Bunny. Remember her?
Yeah.
The super right lady, and we tried to get her on the show. But we've had some great. Do you remember the interview with the professor from Texas that I had lined up?
Yes.
That's Robert something. I remember his name.
Yeah, man. That was one of our favorite shows before we did the Blackfish show. And you remember that when those guys called in, they were like, "Hey, in fish," and it's like, "Whoa, stop it! You're ruining the show."
And we had Matt Bruce from PETA on that show.
Right, we did.
We almost had the main character from the documentary on, and the guy goes, "Hey, I'm just here cooking whale steaks," which was hilarious.
Oh, that was hilarious, dude.
But I mean, yeah, let's see, who else did we interview? Well, you weren't there that night, but I interviewed that lady about climate change and the fucking. Yeah. Remember the guy that wouldn't let people on his land and shit?
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah.
Actually, you ended up being friends with that group because I didn't believe they were a bunch of atheist peoples, and so I didn't agree with them. But Robert Horvath of the Free Thinker Society that I had brought on.
Yes. Yes.
We had a lot of people on back then.
We did. We had a lot of fun doing all that. Yeah. All right, man. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, man.
Yeah. I know. It's crazy.
I know, man. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah, we got to set this up. We got to do the whole, Dark Persuasions, again, American Idiots next Monday. And, dude, man, this is awesome. I could do this 7 days. If we got paid to do this, how great would that be?
Hey, Sean, I do have a suggestion, though, and I want your honest opinion.
Uh-huh.
I think we should contact that guy again.
Which one?
I think we need to see if we can do something on 88.3. Remember, we were going to talk to that guy about doing 88.3 Acorn.
Yeah, we should do that.
I think we should make contact with him, and me and you go do it. Maybe Mike will come out and do it because it's a voice for the people. I was looking into it the other day because I remembered we'd actually had conversation with that guy.
We did, and I thought he was serious about like bringing us on and everything. I mean, like this was fun and everything, and I don't know, maybe we could do that on there too.
I can't remember. Did we bitch out on that?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. That was like 2-3 years ago.
Sweet, thank you, Deanna. Hey, we'll see you next Monday. Bring all the traffic you want. Look, we're just out here to cuss and discuss. That's what we do.
Right.
But no, dude, I think we quit doing the show because the whole DW situation happened. Remember that? Yeah. And it just got a little crazy, but hold on. We actually have a huge, I got to read this, Sean. We got to tackle this one. So what does that say about the communists? Black Lives Matter is, after all, a communist organization. Even Wikipedia backs that in interviews where 2 of the 3 founders of BLM were described as trained Marxists. In my opinion, there has been more focus put towards white supremacist groups while nothing is being said about communist groups like Antifa, who many people have been tracking since the last election. Well, Eric, I'm going to tell you this right now. If you listen to the show, maybe Sean does it, but I will honestly tell you that has been my stance as far as Antifa goes. I don't agree with Antifa. I think they're a group of people designated that are anarchists. I don't know much about the founders of Black Lives Matter, so I can't speak to that, but I don't consider them a group of communists. And as far as the white supremacist action goes, there's been proof that white supremacist groups have infiltrated these protests along with Antifa to make the Black Lives Matter organization and everything else look bad, bro. I'm just saying. And I hate Antifa. Antifa's a shithole group to me.
Right. So it looks like you're pretty anti-communist. I don't hate communists. I've read a lot of Marx. I don't think that communism is the ultimate evil. I think that capitalism has really let the American people down. This pandemic is evidence enough of all the fractures in our society where people are going to lose their homes. They've already lost their jobs. What happens once they start starving? You think looting is bad now. Wait until the shit gets really bad, right? Wait till the second wave. Wait till they shut everything else down. If that happens, it may not happen. You know what I'm saying? But communism isn't the ultimate evil. Mr. Eric May, I tried to look you up on Facebook. I couldn't find, I guess you're blocked or something. I don't know. Watch Star Trek, The Next Generation. Watch Deep Space Nine. Watch Voyager. That is what Gene Roddenberry created after he read Karl Marx.
Here you go, Sean. There's another comment there.
I've never considered myself religious and wouldn't consider myself on the left or the right. I'm neo-libertarian. I believe in liberty, not authoritarian rule by the left or the right. Okay, cool. You know, V for Vendetta. That's what you want. You want to be absolutely free, Mad Max, anarchy. Hey, man, I got no issue with that. I like a little anarchy myself. You know, I would much prefer Gene Roddenberry's view, Starfleet and exploring space and trying, to work towards a betterment of humankind. But until we get there, I think we need a little anarchy. And I think that's where we're heading right now, but that's just me. It scares a lot of people, especially the boomers. It doesn't scare me. I mean, fuck. Life's too short to worry about that shit. Isn't that what the kids say? YOLO.
And Deanna said that he's on her friends. He's on her friends. Hey, and I appreciate it, Eric. I'm not gonna sit here. We won't absolutely in no way, shape, fashion, or form, sit here and ridicule you for your belief system or how you feel about it. I mean, we want a discussion. We want anybody and everybody that has a different viewpoint. I mean, me and Sean absolutely probably agree on about 20% of our own shit, and that's it. And that's the cool part about it, is we can have this conversation. And I appreciate you. I appreciate your comments. Like I said, if you go back and you listen to the 2 hours that was really based, or 3 hours based on the American Idiot show, you would see that I don't believe in Antifa. I think they're fucking ignorant. I think they go about shit the wrong way. I think they use violence. I mean, I know Sean will say that violence is what, this country was formed on, and it was. But I think there's a better way to do it than infiltrating a peaceful protest and looting and breaking shit too. So, I think that the protests were justified. I'm not going to say Sean will be more on systemic racism and things of that nature. I'm more of a believer that racism exists in certain groups, but that as a whole, this country isn't as racist as people make it out to be. And I think it's proven that when you look at the protest crowd and you see white people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, all of these different melting pot of people protesting against what I consider undertrained, bullied police officers in certain sects. Not all of them. Not all police officers are bad people.
No.
But you have bullies. I've watched a video, and I'm going to tell you this. I'll be the first son of a bitch to tell you this. If there was a white guy that got pulled over by a cop, the cop pulled him over because he was doing 101 miles an hour in a 65. He's recording as the cop walks up, and he refuses to give the cop his driver's license. He says, well, I know Jeffrey Adams, blah, blah, blah. You know what? In that situation, when you get your ass kicked because you were doing 46 miles over the speed limit or 36 miles over the speed limit, and you want to make a fucking YouTube video trying to bait this cop, and he kicks your ass because you know what you were doing wrong and you didn't comply with his information, then I'm sorry. Then you fucking deserve that shit. But now, George Floyd, who may have passed a fake $20 bill, didn't deserve to fucking die over the shit. And, people say, well, he fell, and Chauvin pulled him out the other side of the vehicle. At the point where he feels like he's claustrophobic, leave him in the car and take him down to the station and be done with it. You didn't have to take him. You didn't have to kneel on him for 8.5 minutes. That right there shows me that that's probably not a racist cop. That's a dickhead. That's a guy who has anger issues, and he probably didn't even see George Floyd as a black guy. He saw him as somebody that pissed him off because he was mouthing at him. His wife filed for divorce the day before, I think, and he's probably pissed. And he took it out on somebody. It could have been me or you, Sean, that day.
Right.
Eric Garner, all these guys, I don't think they dealt with, I think that, and they may have, there could have been some racism, but I think a lot of these officers are not trained and they have fucking temper fuses the size of Michael's penis. And it don't take much for them to go off. Oh, here we go. Here you go, Sean.
Right.
Here you go.
Well, the problem with anarchy is that people here have a lot of guns. Let's not start an unnecessary civil war. Always keep that perspective. The police need work. I cannot argue that. We just don't need to lose the purpose of these protests. I agree with you heavily on your points. No need to die at the hands of a police officer. Okay, cool. But most of the people that are what I consider and what I call homosexuals are fucking cowards. Okay? They hate Obama. They hated him because he was black, and they called him a traitor, and they did all this bullshit, these protests and hanging fucking effigies of him and all this, and they said all this, oh, someday we're going to take the country back and all that. None of them did it. None of them walked to the White House. No, none of them did a, citizen's arrest. None of them went to war. Yeah, they're all fucking cowards. Every goddamn one of them. Fuck them all.
And ladies and gentlemen, Sean will get that way. That's the great thing. But no, but I don't think that the people that it really counts are losing perspective of what the protests are for. And honestly, I don't think that if a civil war goes down, that it's going to be because it's going to be started by the black community. I think that there are people out there that there's going to be a group of people that want the Civil War because they're going, oh my God, here they come. And I don't buy that civilized society wants a civil war. I just think, I watch these documentaries on the Ku Klux Klan and these people, and I'm like, holy shit. And it blows my mind that people still think that way at times. And Sean,
Right. So he agrees. They're not doing anything. They never did anything. When they showed up in Michigan a while back and actually, stormed the Capitol, and they had their AR-15s and all that other shit, the police didn't do anything. The police knew they weren't going to do anything. That's something that I've realized. When the police show up to a Black Lives Matter protest, they're ardently racist and they want to put that shit down. The reason why they don't do that when white people protest at, state capitals with fucking weapons, they know that they're fucking cowards. Even the police know that they're fucking cowards. It is what it is. Call it what it is. Homosexual is someone that is obsessed with fucking weapons and is a coward. The person that shot Gabby Giffords, that piece of shit, okay, he had more courage, okay, to actually go with his convictions than all the Trump supporters in goddamn America. And I hate that motherfucker because I love Gabby Giffords and I still support her to this day.
You got a point to a degree. I don't know.
I rant. Yeah.
He's a ranter. No, wow. No, the police department is there's good ones and there's bad ones, and the people need to realize that I think that sometimes the media. Actually, what I was going to tell you, though, Sean, was there was a video, and I'll share it with you if I can ever find it again. But there was a black guy who talks about meeting the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. And he asked his assistant to set up a meeting with him. He said, but don't tell the guy that I'm a black guy. And so his assistant set up the TV interview. And he said that he would never invite this guy over this guy would never invite him over to his house. But over time, he said the guy came in with his bodyguard, Anyway, and he said over time, over the years, he invited him to Klan rallies, and the guy would go, and he would watch the Klan rallies. And at the end of it, he said that the guy, in the middle of it, the guy said that still felt like he was superior to him, but he held up a robe, Sean. This black guy held up this Grand Wizard robe, and he said, "You know why I have this robe?" And the audience was like, and he said, because the guy realized that we were the same people, and he quit the Ku Klux Klan, and he changed his viewpoints because of that friendship that they connected on.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
And I think that's where this gets lost. And it's, and it's no offense to guys like Kay Toomer and all of that and people, but I understand that there's a concern that they feel, and I can't understand it. And I probably never will, but there's a fear that I have with the police department in that, it makes me nervous when I get pulled over, because I'm like, fuck, what if there's something in the system that got entered wrong and they arrest me? Or, what if, because I do carry a concealed weapon, what if they draw on me because of the stuff, especially nowadays? I don't think anybody's safe, really.
Right.
But and to me, the blatant. There was a video of a woman that went to a restaurant here recently, and they found out she was a police officer. She saw her food up at the counter, and they said, "You're going to have to wait." And 5 minutes later, they brought her coffee, and they said, "Your food's almost done." And she sees her food sitting on the counter. She tells them, "Look, I've already paid for it, but I'm too scared to eat this because I don't know what you could possibly have done to this." She said, and it was because she was a police officer. I don't think that we need to wage war on the police. I really don't. I don't think, because I think that by waging war on the police, we're doing the exact same fucking thing that they're doing. We're fighting wrong with wrong. We're basically profiling every police officer the same way that they're doing how we think that they're doing.
Yeah, and, you're right to an extent. You are right, because demonizing every goddamn cop in the country is wrong. What we need to do is ensure that all the cops that are out there are policing all the other cops. They all need to police each other. We need to enact laws where they can't get away with immunity for busting into the wrong house with a goddamn search warrant and shooting people. That happens all over the country, and that shit's got to stop. When another cop chokeholds someone until they die, that shit's got to stop. When someone's trying to sell cigarettes outside of a store and he gets put into a chokehold and he dies, it's got to stop. A kid's playing with a toy gun and he gets shot by a cop. All of it. All that bullshit. Teach cops not to be so goddamn afraid of everything. Yes, do people want to kill cops? Do people attack cops? Sure. And if you're not willing to take that risk, don't be a fucking cop. Don't do the job. All right? Teach these cops how to de-escalate problems. Make sure they have a fucking college education, not just 21 weeks of fucking training, in a high school degree and a chip on their shoulder because they were a fat kid in high school and they want to get everybody back. Fuck that, Make sure that they are intelligent. Make sure that they have compassion and empathy and can actually reason with people. That's what you need.
Exactly. I mean, you're right. And like I said, I think if you fight, if you demonize every police officer, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with defunding the police department, because I don't believe that, I don't know. I mean, anarchy is going to be a bad thing to a degree. Like widespread anarchy, like that's like purge type shit. And I don't know. I've just seen like with Antifa and other groups, you're placating into what they want. White supremacists want no law established so they can come in and do whatever the fuck they want to do. And Antifa does that. They don't, hell, they kicked the cops out of that 6-city block over Chaz or whatever they call it. And I know y'all said it's peaceful. I've seen contrary stories that they're kicking each other's ass and they're violent towards those that don't believe in what they believe in. And I don't think that's a way to solve everything. It's not. All you're doing is repeating the same shit that you're fighting against. And that's hypocritical to me. I could be wrong, but that's just the way I look at it.
Right.
It's horseshit. But I don't know, man. Dude, wow. I love this fucking live shit.
It's awesome. Like, I can't get enough of this shit. Last week was kind of cool and it got me addicted to it. And now here we are. Jesus, it's 108. 108
hours and 35 minutes of just shit. And we have listeners like, and I don't want to screw it, Dina, who has brought Eric to the show, and we hope that Eric would come back. And let's see, we've got, shit, who was the other guy? Michael Freeman. Hey, listeners, get it out there. And like I said, we do this every Monday night, 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock usually, but we have bonus shit and apparently it works. We have bonus and they want it. So, but like I said, we've got a YouTube channel, also the American Idiots podcast that this goes to. And I think we found the niche. We've been looking for it for like 5 years and I think we found it.
Yeah, I think so too, man. We just try to keep it lighthearted and talk about it. We're going to get serious every now and then, but, I listen to DL Hughley. You listen to him? Yeah. And he's in the hospital. I'm sorry, he's in a hotel room right now and he has COVID-19 and he's in the lockdown for the 14 days quarantine. And I try to emulate more of what he does. He gets serious. He's funny. He laughs. He makes fun of the other hosts. And that's all I want to do. I just want to have a good time doing this, And
another thing that I do want to dedicate a show to is causes and rare diseases too. My sister suffers from AHUS, which is a super, super rare disease that is very, very expensive to combat because you have to take Solaris. Ported injections every 2 weeks or so. And it's like 0.9% of the population gets it. Right. I'd like to do shows like that, talking about that and awareness. Of course, y'all have seen, my dog, Coda, who I've had since he's 4 weeks old. He's a year and a half now old. I'm a huge animal guy. I was very, very pissed off that there was a guy on Reed Road here in Crystal Hill, Arkansas, that was running around killing cats and slaughtering them and cutting them open and throwing them out in the road and shit. I'm like, animal cruelty is one thing I can't stand. And, I've had a lot of people ask me, they're like, well, it's just a dog. No, that's a life that I'm responsible for. He is dependent on me to go outside. He's dependent on me to love him and feed him. And that's my right-hand man, me and Coda. So, we'll do animal rights shows and stuff like that because I have a hard time, man, with animal abuse. And I think it should be a fucking felony. Because I don't know, that's just whole spectrum of shit. And, but again, we appreciate the comments and shit like that. And we try to do this for we're not doing this shit because we want to make money. It'd be cool to monetize it. I could actually do this for a living and have fun doing it. But
right.
I have a job, you have a job, and
how do we do that?
Huh?
Yeah, how do we break away and do this for a living? That's what I want to do. We got to get on YouTube and get 1 million followers and all that shit. It's kind of hard with Michael and his wife beater and all those little air farts. But I think eventually we'll get there.
I mean, you got to start somewhere. And look, hey guys, be honest with you, we're going to effort. I think we're going to effort that 88.3. We're gonna get out there. What the hell is that? I'm trying to figure out what does that what am I missing? Oh, it's a heart, I think. It's a heart or something else that I saw first, which I'm fucking weird. Yeah, I mean, I think we should effort that, Sean, 88.3, and I think try to be the voice of the people, and then we could do live remote events and shit and have a good time and take calls and be on the FM terrestrial radio. And then we could get shut down by the government because we're
too extreme.
Oh my God. It's those guys again. No, I mean, we're looking into different options. This was one of them. It's a stream. And of course, you can go, well, I mean, it could have been a set of tits too, but still.
Right.
That one could have been. But hey, that's a heart. She loves you, Sean. She loves the show. She doesn't like me.
It's the show, man. It's the whole show.
Yes, it's the whole show. I'm the third member of the show. Fuck that.
That's right. You are the third member. I remember that. Yeah.
Oh my God. But yeah, no, I mean, it's been fun. And we may have a title sponsor for the show. We're still in talks with that.
Right.
Actually, I do need to get with you off the air, Sean, just like one-on-one to discuss that with you.
All right. Probably after about 4:00 tomorrow.
Call me tomorrow and we'll talk about it because I do have an offer on the table.
Okay.
But no, appreciate the show. And, like again, Dark Persuasions is going to be that if you know what Coast to Coast AM was or is, we're going to do that. And we'll just talk and we'll discuss things and we'll give you both sides of it. And we don't want you to come. We want you to formulate your own opinion on anything we talk about, whether it's ghosts or spirits or demons or conspiracies or true crime. I mean, it's all out there. And I do know that one of the first shows I think we should do is the whole affidavit from 2014 and discuss the Terry Hobbs thing that came out and what could have been and against and for. I think that'd be great.
Right.
But shit, it is 1:00 in the morning. Actually, it's a little after 1:00 in the morning.
That's 1:15.
Yes, 1:15. I gotta be up at 7.
Yeah, I gotta be up early too. Yeah, gotta take care of some family stuff. Yeah.
Well, shit, Sean, I've had fun, man. We went for 4 hours and 42 minutes. Wow.
That is true. Yes. Now you're like Sting.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. No.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
But no, Eric, Will, Dina, we appreciate you. Send people this way. They can listen to what we've done before. Hey, you too. Truly love you. Appreciate you for following the show so late. But yeah, check us out on YouTube. Subscribe when that goes live or when that goes up. We'll put it up there as well. Of course, you can always come back to Facebook and watch it.
Right.
2 hours of the show though is on iHeartRadio and iTunes. If you look up Talk Radio, well, I'm gonna go ahead and put that up on the banners just so you can see it. We are under Talk Radio 49.
Right.
But if you want to research the show on any of the favorites, you have to look this right here because something was already out there. So you have to look up Talk Radio 490. So, before we get off here, Sean, I'll just show, let's see. Where do I share my screen at here? Chrome tab. Let's oh God. So this is my Facebook page.
Right.
Get off that. So you go Talk Radio 49. There it is. Blog Talks right there. See it? We're on Stitcher, Podbay, podcasts at apple.com. Well, shit. We're there. So, yeah, we're on podcast at apple.com. It's, you click, look at this, Sean. That's us.
Right?
Look at that. Look at that. Damn, we already made Apple Podcast preview.
Awesome.
That
was
was
awesome.
awesome. Show, 2 hours and 1 minute. Look, there's our American Idiots show. Can you see this, Sean?
Yes, I can.
Look at that. There's the June 8th show. That is cool. And so you click on that, and yeah, you can go to the episodes. You can listen on Apple Podcast. Why does Michael have us under fucking wrestling? He should change that. Idiot. But yeah, and then you just come over here and you click on more episodes, and there you go. There's 204 episodes on Talk Radio 49, Talk Radio 490. Yeah, and we're under wrestling every fucking show. Look. Holy shit, Sean, look.
Yeah.
Listener 489, 11/12/2019. What the world needs is all of the unbiased, accurate facts in Lisa's podcast. So, hey, God, I mean, that's
Nice.
awesome. That's awesome. Look, 11 ratings and 1 star. It's probably us. How do I look at the ratings? I want to see that. Damn it. But anyway, hey, go on there and figure out how to like rate us. Give us some stars. We'll whore out for stars. I will. But anyway,
I'm going to do it. Yeah, I'll do it later.
yes, we don't need you to do it, Sean. We need other people to do it.
True.
Yeah, it's almost like show masturbation when you do it. It's weird. But anyway, Sean, I've had fun tonight.
Yeah, me too, man. Yeah, I got to get in bed. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, me too. Well, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you for listening to this bonus episode of The American Idiots mixed with Dark Persuasions. Be looking for that. We're going to talk about it some more. And Sean, hit me up tomorrow when you get free, and we'll talk about our newest adventure.
All right, we'll do.
All right,
Signing
man.
off.
Later.
Yep. Have a good one.